Hello everybody! I'm looking at the audio settings. Audio settings. Oh, where's the chat? The chat. I'm opening the chat. Okay, we're ready. Hello everybody! Welcome to my channel. This is Loon channel. I am Loon. It's been a while. It's been a week. No, it's been a little bit less than a week. In this channel, we mostly draw. We sometimes play games and didn't we do a ASMR stream last time? Wait, I'm hearing myself. Okay, I don't hear myself anymore. And sometimes we sing. So yeah, today we're going to be working on my webtoon blank. Hello Keina, hello Annie. Hola Keina. Is the music, is the BGM okay? Is it too loud or is it okay? Why am I hearing myself? Okay. So yeah, like title says, we're going to be drawing today. I'm working on Blank episode 33 part 1. I told already my patrons, but and I'm also gonna tell Webtoon, the Webtoon audience when I post a new episode, but I am planning a new type of schedule. Like, it's similar to what I used to do, but a little bit different. So what I used to do before I went into an hiatus last year. Wait, the song is over. Let me put a long playlist. Long playlist. This one should be okay. Chill. Okay, this is okay. What was I saying? So yeah, what I used to do before I went into hiatus in last year is that I would upload parts of episodes so that I could upload at least 3 times a month, and then even for that I felt it was a little bit, because I always appreciate more the flow of an episode and how the narrative is read instead of how many views I get or how many times I post in a month, because I always have preferred quality over quantity. But the thing is, like, last year and in 2019 and 2018, things were really different from what they are now, the views and all, for some mysterious reason which I cannot explain, and people that I've talked with cannot explain either. Views have been decreasing month by month, and of course it's not rentable anymore to work the way that some of us choose to work, like. And like, I've thought about it in the past. I've thought about it a lot, like several times, and discuss about it with other people, and they always say, do what makes you feel happy. And I always say that if I post too small of an episode just for the sake of having more episodes out and more views, I wouldn't feel happy about it. But that's when the system did work like properly. So even if I didn't have like as much views as other people that post more, I still would be happy and I still would make a decent amount for me, which was fine, and I was happy with it. But at those times, one post would make me at least like it wouldn't be as hard to fill the quota. The money that I got, I could also use to pay a friend that would help me being my base color assistant. So things weren't that bad. And then I decided to take that hiatus after the short contest that I didn't finish because of mental health reasons. When I came back, I was like, it's normal that the views are going to be low, because, like, of course, even in YouTube, when you when you take a long break, it takes time for people to come back if they decide to come back. So I wasn't that concerned back then, but now it's like the more subscribers that I get, the less views that I have in Webtoon, not in YouTube. I don't really care about my views in YouTube. I just do it for fun. But like in Webtoon is like my, with Patreon, they are my main source of income. So if I don't get views, I just don't get money. That's the thing. I don't get paid, and if I don't get paid, I cannot work on this. So what I decided to do is like screw everything that I thought in the past. Like in the past, I was really stubborn about making more, like dividing the episodes even shorter, just for the sake of putting out more things. I really didn't like it, but now I'm like, whatever. Like, if you think about it, if people like longer episodes, they're going to read them, like wait for several to be out, and then read it as if it was the episode completed. So it wouldn't make much difference. And for the people that want more updates, because I know that there's people that want more updates, and I understand that, because of course I read webtoons too, and I don't like when they take too long to be translated or too long to come out. So I understand as a reader, but like as an author, there's just so much that I could do. With what I'm earning right now, I cannot like afford to pay an assistant, because I have to pay bills. I have to pay for my food. I still have to live. So yeah. So what I'm coming well, what I'm trying to say with this, it's a long intro for what I wanted to say, is that I've been trying to find like new methods to make episodes faster, and of course there isn't much that I can change except my workflow. And lately I found a workflow that really works for me, which is what I'm doing right now, which is going from 3D model to lines without having to go through sketches. So before I would do almost similar, but I would go from 3D models to sketch to line, and of course that takes you a little bit more, but I'm trying to go straight to lines immediately so that I can save more time. And at the beginning it was a little bit harder, like, because historically like, in my life I've always been insecure about my lines, but right now I'm trying to follow this schedule. What is the schedule I'm talking about is that 8 panels like, of course it depends of the amount of panels that I'm going to do, but like at least 6 panels a day and a maximum of 8 panels, but not like just the lines, everything, the background, the lines, the base colors and the shading, 8 per day. And it has been working for me these couple of days, weeks. Like, I started trying it with my Patreon exclusive comic, which is He's Not a Good Man, which is not safe for work, and I actually managed to do 40, how many were they? 40, around 43 panels without like the panels from the last episode that I reused because I needed it. So it was around 43 panels in a little bit more than 7 days, but not full 8 days. And I could manage to do it, and I actually liked like the quality of it. So I'm thinking of applying that to Blank and trying to not upload one episode of 40 panels, but like upload 2 episodes a week, or at least 1 episode, but ideally when I can, when my schedule allows it, 2 episodes per week, which I'm planning on having Wednesdays and Saturday releases. So I hope that works. I hope that I don't die in the process. But like, we are pretty much on schedule right now. But this month, the next months are going to be really busy because it's also Blank's 3rd anniversary. So I want to redo the prologue. I want to do some extra special episodes. Some special episodes that are extra. not that they are extra special, is that they are special episodes which are extras. You can hear, but there's no image. Wait. I wasn't reading the chat. Are you sure you cannot read? You cannot see? ¿Estás segura que no puedes ver? Déjame revisar Twitch. La 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 la. Are you sure? I can see it though. ¿Estás segura? Wait, I cannot load. It said that I went offline. What do you mean? I think I'm having issues with Twitch. I think I'm having issues with Twitch. How do you restart in Twitch? Because you guys in YouTube can see properly, right? It's not that I cannot see in Twitch, it's just that I cannot open the stream in Twitch. Honestly, you're getting more and more better at drawing. I really appreciate it. Oh, thank you. There is something I do usually when I draw my webtoon faster to respect deadline is that I time my frames and I always give myself a time that I can go beyond it. I think it can help you. The thing is, like, I cannot time my frames because, like, it depends. It depends that I used to do that back in the day. I used to do that. I don't know why, but in Twitch I cannot open the stream, and when I try it says that I went offline. No idea. But it's working on YouTube, so if you are in Twitch, I don't know if the stream is working, so if you want to watch and chat, you would have to go to YouTube. I'm sorry. So yeah, I used to time my panels, but the thing is, like, there's panels that you only have the face, and there's panels where you have the full body, and there's also panels that you have like several people, and all of those, depending of the complexity of the panel, they take different times, different like amount of time and effort, and it also depends like in how much effort you want to put in the panel, like if it's one that you feel like have more emotional impact, or you need like this expression to be better or more impactful, then you're going to spend more time of it. So in the end, for me, it didn't work to measure my time in terms of panel, but what I do now, what I started to do recently is try to say like how many hours did I work today and how many panels I could do, and then divide it and make like an average. So right now, an average for panel for me is 1.5 hours for a complete panel from 3D to complete result, without counting like the background that I put at the beginning of the episode. Of course it counts like the rendering of it, but it doesn't count the me exporting the background and pasting it in the panel and all of that. So just from 3D to line to base color to shading, it is taking me an average of 1.5 hours, which is around 6 to 8 panels per day. And right now I'm being really good at following it. And like I said, it's 6 to 8, so if I do 6, I'm happy. Hello Shaku. If I do 6, I'm happy. But if I can push myself a little bit more, or draw a little bit faster, or the panels are easier, I will do 7 or 8. And with that flow, if like for example, if I want to post Wednesdays and Saturdays, it would be like around 20 to 28 panels per update, which is what I'm aiming for. So that way is also like smarter, because I should stop saying like so much. It would be like working smarter too, because you're posting more and you have more engagement, and of course you're going to have more views. So I tried to avoid that for a long time, but time change and things change, and you have to adapt to be able to make this a thing, to make this a living. So I'm going to be trying that out first for this month and for the next one, and see how it goes. So like I was saying, as you can see, I'm going from 3D model to sketch. I mean, no, from 3D model to line immediately, and with that I've been able to save a lot of time actually, and also get better at like drawing directly from that, because at the beginning it wasn't as easy. And like I said, I always been like kind of insecure about my lines. So the front people are actually for cameos in Patreon. So if you are from June tier, Nina tier, or No Clover tier, and you want to take the cameo spots, message me in Patreon. I also posted about it. I know there haven't been any cameos lately, because I haven't had like the chance to make them. The chance in the sense that there hasn't been like panels that I need cameos, like I need extra characters. So it's been a shame, but there's spots in this episode, and probably the next one too. Have you tried keeping a separate panel of already finished line art from past episodes and then copy and paste them over to your current panels? I used to do that. I used to do that for Lost Soul. I actually should do that. It's smarter. It did work for Lost Soul a lot. Like right now, since I've been producing and putting out so much, I haven't been able to make sheets like for Lost Soul. For Lost Soul, I actually took like a week to make several character sheets where there was like character designs and different angles and stuff, and I could just copy and paste, or I could just like trace over them. And a friend actually said like, trace your own drawings for real, and he's like, it's your own drawings, what's wrong with tracing them? You trace over your sketches to do line art, right? So it's like the same. There's nothing wrong with it because it's yours. It's like you won't infringe your own copyright, and that does save a lot of time. But the thing is, like, I haven't done such thing for Blank, and since I'm regularly and constantly putting things out, then I haven't been able to do that. Actually, for this episode, there was a huge delay. It was supposed to be out earlier, but then I had a problem with the backgrounds. I get a lot of my backgrounds, if I don't do them myself, like draw them myself, and I cannot find a free one. Oh no, I forgot that there was Tenma stream. If I cannot find a free one, then if it's something that I'm gonna reuse in several episodes, then I will purchase one. The page that I use the most is Acon 3D, and I found this stage background that I really like. But I wanted to check several ones, like if there was a better option, or if there was a similar option but cheaper, or even if there was a better one but like more expensive, I would also get it. But at the end, I found one. I ended up liking the one that I saw first, so I went and purchased it. And the thing is, like, I've bought things from them several times already, so I often don't check what I'm buying. Like, I don't check the price, I don't check anything, but I'm like 100% sure that what I click on was the model that I wanted. But when I went to pay, I paid more than I should have paid. So the model was like $34. It was on sale, and the one that I got was 54, I think. 54 or 59. I think it was 59, but I'm not sure. Or 55. Let's say 55. It's like more reasonable. I don't remember. And I just went and paid. I didn't realize that the price wasn't from the one that I was getting, because I didn't see the price from the one I was getting. I didn't check it. But I'm 100% sure that when I click like use this model for that amount of time, which equals like to the buy button, the heck is this anatomy? Wait, I'm not paying attention to what I'm doing. So the arm should be around here. Okay. I wasn't paying attention to what I'm doing. So like I was saying, I was 100% sure that what I clicked was the model that I wanted. So I didn't check, because I was sure that I clicked in the one that I wanted. And then they always take a certain amount of time to get back to you. I mean, because you have to pay on PayPal, and then like it's a transfer. It's not like buying a product, it's a transfer. Of course it's buying a product, but like it's not like when you usually buy a product and you put it in your car and then you check it out and then you get the product immediately. No, in this one it's not like that. You have to wait for them to confirm the transfer and then put the link up so you can download the model. So the thing is, like, I waited for several hours for them to send me the model, and in the meantime I was doing other things, like writing He's Not a Good Man episode, which I had to rewrite. I rewrote it like 3 times. And of course writing again like Blank's episode, which was a little bit hard to write, to be honest, because I have to picture the song in my mind and I just couldn't decide what kind of song that I wanted. But you're going to, when you read the episode, you're going to understand a little bit what went through my mind when I was writing it. I hope so. If not, we can just talk about it too. I think that's good enough. Yeah, that's good enough. Window. I love this song. It's Ghosting. I've been listening to TXT so much because they released a new EP, which is called the Chaos Chapter. The Chaos Chapter Freeze. And like what I always do with TXT is when they release a new album, I'll listen to it over and over and over and over again until I cannot listen to it anymore. That's what I usually do. Their songs are really, really addictive, and I go into a TXT binge listening spree, which is like only TXT, just TXT, a lot of TXT, until I get sick of it, and then I have to wait like several months until I can listen to a song again. So right now I've been listening to a lot of TXT. That's why today a BGM is TXT. So what I was talking about? Oh yeah, let's go back to the story. And then when I was like, I finished writing the episode, planning the episode, and then I was rewriting He's Not a Good Man, and then I started sketching He's Not a Good Man, and no, I didn't start sketching He's Not a Good Man. It was before that. And then is when I received the email that my order had been confirmed. So I went to the page, downloaded the model, then and I found it like a little bit weird, the title of the model. It was like, this doesn't look like, the name doesn't sound like the model that I got, but I think it must be me. So I just downloaded it anyways, and I opened it in my PC. No, not in my PC, in my brother's PC, because my stream isn't working. Yeah, I noticed that the stream in Twitch isn't working, so you have to go to YouTube if you want to watch it, because I don't know how to restart the stream in Twitch. I don't know how to restart it. I really don't know how to restart it. Cause it's working in YouTube, like it's working perfectly in YouTube, but it isn't working on Twitch for some reason. I don't know why. And earlier they said that it was that the audio was working, but but they couldn't see the screen. And for myself, I tried to open the stream, but I couldn't. So yeah, you have to go to YouTube, because for some reason it isn't opening Twitch. Let me see if I can open Twitch and make it work from there, because I'm using Restream to Restream. Channel. Almost reported myself. English. No. Webtoon? I don't know. Anime? Yeah, the stream in Twitch is not working at all. Like I cannot modify anything. I really cannot modify anything. I would need to shut down the stream completely in both YouTube and Twitch, and it's not worth it, to be honest. Let me see if I can, like, if I write in stream is working on YouTube. Okay, so what were we talking about? Yeah, so I downloaded the model. I went back to, no, I didn't go back. I went to my brother's computer because mine is too slow to handle it, to handle such models. And when I opened it, it was a totally different model. It wasn't the one that I got, that I thought that I have gotten. It wasn't the model at all, and it wasn't even a model that I could use, because not even for the finals I was planning to use such a huge like arena. It was arena, it was like a sport center arena for concerts and stuff, and that was not my plan at all, like at all. And I for several days I was like completely depressed because I thought that I had wasted around like almost $60 in a model that I don't even find a use for, and that I don't even know if I can use for more than one episode if I write one. Plus I would have to spend more money to make the model, to get the model that I actually needed. So yeah, I was really sad about it, and I didn't know what to do. Of course, I contacted a customer service because I felt, I was almost 100% sure that it wasn't my fault, but it was a glitch. Because I swear to God, I was 100% sure that I had clicked in the one that I wanted. I did see the one that I got, but I decided that I didn't want it because it was too extra. So I went back and clicked on the one that I wanted. But I actually was having issues with the page that day, that it wasn't loading properly. It was taking a really long time to load, and then in the end that happened. So yeah, I still contacted customer service because I felt that it was a glitch and not my fault. But if they didn't like return the money to me, I was okay with it anyways, because it was like in the end, if it wasn't a glitch, then it was my fault. I really got the model. Of course, if they did return the money to me, I was going to not use the model, because from the very beginning there was no use for the model for me. So yeah. And the thing is, like, they didn't contact me for several days. So at that point I just gave up from having a new blank episode for the end of before the end of the month, and I just focused on He's Not a Good Man episode. And then around last week, like in the middle of the week, they contacted me, they answered me, and they said that it was the first time that anyone had ever reported that sort of problem, but since they cannot like confirm if that actually happened, which I cannot confirm any like either, because it was so weird. It happened like without me realizing it. But they decided to give me back the money that I spent on the model, but not in like to my PayPal account, in points. So basically I don't have the money back, but if I need a model in the future, I have money there. So for me, it's way better than just wasting money and throwing it to the trash, like just burning it into a model that I'll never use, or that if I want to use, I have to write an episode for that, and it's too expensive to just use in one episode. So yeah, so for me that's way better, and I felt really relieved, and I'm really 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 grateful that they trusted me in what I said, and that I wasn't lying, because I wasn't lying, and that they helped me, because I was desperate. I was really sad. So yeah, that's the reason I couldn't finish a blank episode for last month, because I wanted to post at least twice last month, and in the end I couldn't because of that issue. But we're planning to have a lot of updates this month, and we're moving pretty smoothly, so this is Puma by TXT. This song is so good, and the concept is I love the concept for this one, the electrical, like super yellow flashy color of hair for Yeonjun, and those light contact lenses, and the Puma theme, and them rolling and crawling. It was just so good. Such a cool concept, and like the rap of this song is just so good. It's probably one of my favorite raps from TXT songs. This one, actually, exactly this part is Jeonjin rapping in the original song, because this is the piano cover. So good. La 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 la, believer. La 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 la. Such a good song. So yeah, that's what I've been up to lately. I've been working with this new type of schedule, which, if you remember well, it was really similar to the one that I was that I was doing. I mean, it's not exactly the same, because I used to do the sketches back then, but from the first like streams after the Vtuber debut, I mean, which I was working per panel. Not exactly the same, because I'm not like finishing the panels right away. Instead, I'm like base color, line, base color, and then all the panels that I plan to do. And then I do the shading for all the panels that I plan to do for that day, and then repeat. So yeah, let's see. We lost each other. Oh, it's all gone. Young on a winter. Oh, it's all gone. Da 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 da. La 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 la. La 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 la. Oh oh oh. 'Cause we lost the summer. So for this panel, this is for the cameos, so I'm not gonna draw them all that detail, just like the clothing. I know that in the last panel it did have a little bit of detail, but the thing is, like, I forgot that I had to do a cameo for that. So earlier today, I just went ahead and drew that. We lost each other. Oh, it's all gone. But now I just miss you. Oh, it's all gone. La, 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 la. Eh. Boobs. Bobas. This is supposed to be like a flannel shirt. This is a flannel shirt, but off shoulder. This is Magic Island. So yeah, the panels are the characters that are available for cameos this month, this episode actually. Are one girl and one boy, guy. Alright, alright, alright. It will be alright, alright, alright. It will be alright, alright, alright. Alright. It will be alright, alright, alright. I love this song. It really makes you feel like you're like, at least in my opinion, it makes you feel like you're in a magic island vacationing, or just in an island vacationing. It's okay. Alright. 있다면 괜찮아. 열심히 라라라라라. Alright. 두두두두두두두두두두. Alright. 두두두두두두두두두. Alright. Alright. You'll be alright, alright, alright. What was the clothing for these two? Like, la 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 la. 괜찮아. It will be alright, alright, alright. What was I gonna talk about? Oh yeah, I haven't been playing Wild Rift lately because I haven't had time. And when I don't have time, I usually play Aram, and Aram kinda went away for a period of time. But now it's back! It's back for June and July. So in Saturday, if we have some time, we're gonna play some Aram on stream. This cord that I have, I'm using my phone's cable and not my iPad's cable because my iPad cables disconnect too much, and it's been working pretty well. The thing is, I usually don't use my iPad's cable for my phone cable for my iPad because I don't know why in the past, like the cable is original, like it's the one that came with my phone, and the phone I bought it in a store that is official from it's like the App Store from here, but it's not called App Store. Wait, I'm gonna look for some clothing folds. I'm just opening my still me now. Opening Pinterest. I had to hide it just in case that I had something I didn't want to show on the stream. So we are looking at clothing folds. It's still me now. Celebrate your birthday, It's not exactly a hoodie, so I don't want to do it as baggy, but it certainly is. I mean, it's a hoodie underneath. Say more, oh, me now. Tell me your wish list. Say now, oh, say now, tell me now. I love that song. What's it talking about? Oh yeah, Wild Rift. And I'm so happy because probably next month they're releasing Senna and Lucian. I don't care about Lucian because like it's an ADC and it's also not the type of ADC that I would use normally. Plus people anyways don't use him as much as an ADC anymore. They use it more as a mid laner. I mean, I'm gonna try him anyways, probably Naram if I get him, but like, I'm super excited to use Senna because I never got to use her in League of Legends, and I want to try her as a support and as a ADC, but like supportive role. La la la. Do 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 do. La la la. La 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 la. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Ah 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 ah. La la la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Feel me more. Da 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 da. La 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 la. Give me more. はい、ディレイト。So as you can see, when you use 3D models, you don't just trace over them. A lot of times you like change things to your liking. For example, generally the faces are not of my liking, and in this one the pose from the hips were a little bit off, and also the pecs. I don't like to draw huge pecs, so I usually, like you can see, I put them down like that. Is it funny that I like flat guys more than guys with pecs? Not that I don't like pecs, but I just don't like them that big, especially drawing them. I know there's some authors that prefer to draw huge pecs, almost like bobas in male characters, but I don't. Yeah, I am not gonna define the hair and the face because this is for a cameo. And since I cannot finish the drawing, we are not painting it either. So we're just leaving it like that. This model, if you ask me where I got it from Acon 3D. It was really expensive. Actually, the pack with like 8 models, which is pretty cool that they have that, because it has like different types of body types, and they can open the mouth and close it, and they can move like the iris and stuff. But that one was too expensive. It came like with 8 types of body type or model, and it was around like $330, and it was on sale, and it was like $330. Oh, hello Frank! Big pecs is a JoJo's reference because of how big Araki makes them. That dude, but actually when he started drawing, I don't follow JoJo, but a friend of mine used to love them, and he talks about them, so I know like some basic stuff. And he says, and I've also seen that the more time that passed, like the author would draw them smaller and smaller. So at the beginning they were really exaggerated, but then in like the more modern generations, they're a little bit smaller. They're still like macho big, like onegai muscle big, but like not as much as they used to be. So what was I talking about? Oh yeah, it was like $330, like $330 34, around that, and it was on sale, the models. But I really wanted it because like I saw some authors that I like use it, some Korean authors that I like use it, and I was like, I really want it. I really want it. I need it. So I got one. I got one that is like the one that they use the most, and I like the references, but then when I started using it, I realized that they didn't adapt well with my drawing style to how I draw, guys. So I always modify it to my liking, like I'm doing just now. Yeah, that should be about right. A little more, looking a little bit more down. Gonna rotate it a little bit. In the first part, the main character had such a huge chest that he looked like a mountain. Yeah, he did. Sai to chesto. That's not JoJo, but I swear it reminds me to JoJo now. By the way, Frank, if you want a cameo in this episode, there's a guy and a girl slot if you want it. So text me in Patreon if you want it. Just in case that you didn't see the post or the email. Is this the first part of the song or the second part? Oh, you didn't see it? Nice that I told you then. La 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 la. Da 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 da. La 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 la. La 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 la. Oh no, I'm gonna draw that in a different layer. I hate when I forget to draw eyes in a different layer and then I want to like change the shape or make it, the eye bigger or rotate it a bit or transform it a bit, and then I can't because I draw in the same layer. That should be fine. I'm the dream. La 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 la, you and me. La 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 la, acareço. La 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 la, sim. This song is drama. Drama. La 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 la, ho ho, ho ho. It's time to get away. drama. Another song. La 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 la. Da 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 da. We see. Oh oh. Oh oh. It's time to get away. Go go and drama. Drama. Okay, that's better. La 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 drama. Da 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 drama. La 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 la. There's a huge storm going over here. My god, the thunder is... Oh my god, thunders! Thunders are so scary. I don't like loud sounds. I really don't like them. Although I wish that it rained more here, even if it's with thunders. No, not really, not really. I don't want thunders, but I do want more rain. The other day I was so happy because apparently there was rain. It started raining all of the sudden. And my mom started freaking out because she was like, oh no, I have to go clean the dog poop because if not it's going to be a mess and stuff. But it was really late, so she needed my help to help her see with my flashlight, with my phone flashlight, because the lighting in our garden or backyard is really bad. And the funny thing is, like, as soon as she finished cleaning the poop, like 5 minutes later, the rain stopped. So the rain lasted like 10 minutes, like 15 minutes, something like that. My city be like that. It really rains. It really rarely rains. And when it does, it really, like, rarely ever lasts more than a few minutes. Nana, why should I choose? I'm not sure if I like how the hair looks. Have y'all heard of the new rapper Lil Chest? He's considered a national treasure. They even want to have his remains stored in a museum. Treasure chest? Don't get it. But I heard of Lil Copium. Do you know Lil Copium? Why should I choose? Are those emotes? Are those emotes? I cannot see them. He's a chest, and chests have treasure, and they store things, and I have no idea who you're talking about. Lil Copium? It's from the latest K-Drill stream. K-Drill is a LEC caster. LEC is a European League of Legends championship, and he used to be a pro, and now he's a caster. And they promised to the audience, if Mad Lions, which is the European team, did win MSI, they were going to have a hot tub stream. But Mad Lions didn't win. They lost in semis against Damwon, which I expected, like, actually, which always all of us expected. They still took Damwon to 5 games, which was impressive. And the thing is, like, they, even when Mad Lions didn't win, they already have bought all the supplies for the hot tub stream, so they did it anyways. And they set like subscribe goals and subscribes like rewards, which was like $1 was writing their username in the board. $5 was in the banana that they couldn't write because the ink didn't stick to the banana. That doesn't sound good. That sounds oddly bad. Inappropriate. Inappropriate? Whatever. $10 was in K-Drill's arms, and $100 was in K-Drill's forehead. Let's just say that the initial goal was 200 subs, and they surpassed 1,000. So just imagine how many names were in his body. So he was like, his whole face was written on, and he looked like Post Malone. So because of the name Mark Lamont, they call him Post Lamont. And someone in Twitch chat wrote Lil Copium. Copium, like, do you know the meme Copium? I don't know if you guys know the meme Copium. This is a Pepe meme. It's like Pepe with a gas tub, like a gas tank connected to him and breathing through that. And the gas tank has Copium. That poor boy. Yeah, that poor buddy. That poor buddy. Nobody deserves. Good one. So for me, he's now Lil Copium. Such a good name, Lil Copium. Copium is like when you give bad excuses that you know they are bad just to make yourself feel good, but you know that is something for you to cope to the cruel reality of life. So yeah. Well, at least that's the way that I have to explain it. Opium! No. Copium. Lil Copium. Lil Copium. I really want to play the guitar right now, but I have to finish my schedule. What a nice cover. That's a cover of Fairy of Shampoo. Pop, pop, pop. Wanna be a cat. I wanna be a pet. A pet. I wanna be a pet. I wanna be a pet. Was it a pet? I forgot the lyrics. Oh my god. Woof woof. Wanna be a bit. What was the lyrics again? What's the lyrics of this song? Oh no, 1%. My phone is about to die. I wasn't even using my phone. Why? I think after July, because July I'm really busy, but like after July I may just open commissions to get myself a new phone, because I swear it doesn't even last 1 hour now. Yesterday I was using my phone, I still had 30%, no, 20%, 24% left, and it suddenly just turned off. And the other day in the blackout, there was a yeah, that's also a reason why He's Not a Good Man episode couldn't come earlier. I wanted to finish the episode and do some not safe for work illustrations, because there wasn't much action. It was more fluff in last episode, in episode 5, so I wanted to do some extra illustrations, but my schedule was really tight. So my plan was finishing on Saturday, early Saturday, and like doing illustrations both Saturday and Sunday, so that I could post them in Sunday or Monday. And in the end, in Friday night, and the thing is, like, I work mostly at night, so if something happens at night, it affects my schedule, because I work mostly at night. And in Friday night there was this blackout, like power outage all over the city, and it was because there was like a traffic accident where a vehicle crashed an electricity post, and the whole post went down, and that made the energy from the whole city to go down as well. And at the beginning it said that it was going to come back the next day at 2 p.m. and I was like sweating it, because I was already like in middle charge in both phone and iPad, and my phone doesn't last that long, so I was using my computer, my laptop, to charge my phone, and then when my phone was done, I would charge my iPad, and that lasted me to around 10 a.m. or 9 a.m. around then. And then I decided to sleep, and I was like, when I wake up, I think I slept like at 11. When I woke up, I thought that the energy was going to be back, but it wasn't back. So I just decided to keep sleeping, because I didn't have anything else to do, and like a break is good. And I was tired. And then when I woke up, it was in the afternoon, around like 5, I think, or 4. I think it was around 4, and it wasn't back yet. So I ended up playing Switch. I ended up playing Hyrule Warriors all afternoon. And the electricity came back around 8:40. Like around 8:40 in the night. So yeah, I basically couldn't do anything most of my work hours on Saturday. Which of course it wasn't my fault, but I felt bad. I felt bad about it. That made me realize how dependent I am to energy. Like, I can live without internet for like some time. Of course I need internet for my work, but like I can hello Fuguchi-man. I can live without it for a little bit. And if I don't have to work, I can perfectly live without internet. I've done that for about a month. But I cannot live without electricity because I need to draw. And of course I can draw in paper and stuff. But if it's for work's sake, then I need energy. I need light. I need electricity. So yeah. Is there boomer talk here? Is that boomer talk? Work? Is work boomer talk? Or do you mean living without internet? It's not that I like spent 1 month without internet because I wanted to. It's because I was forced to. Because I was in a mental facility for a while, so we didn't have our phones. So yeah, I was without my phone for about a month or so. So that's why sometimes I can be a little bit bad at answering messages, because I really got used to not checking my phone at that time, and after that messages were still anxiety provoking, and I just got used to not checking my messages or social media. No, I meant a reply that a boomer would say, insert it there. I couldn't think of anything. I don't understand what you're saying, Frank. I agree, electricity is useful. It's useful and it's like vital. It's really vital. Like, you don't really realize how important it is until you don't have it when you need it. Like, if you don't have gas, you still can shower with cold water. If you don't have water is also very like useful, but like you can have some water saved. And you just have to suck it up if you feel dirty and cannot shower, which has happened to me in the past when we had like earthquakes and our water supply was cut for several days. I remember in 2016, no, 2015, we had a huge earthquake in the city. It was like, was it 8? Or was it like 7? It was between 7.5 and 7.8, I think. Let me check. I remember it was really like it's the most like strongest earthquake I've ever felt in my life. 2016, right? No, 15. On my city. Was it 2015? My phone is about to die. So it was around 7:50 p.m. and it was 8.5. Are you sure? Are you sure it was that strong? It was 8.5. 8.5 Richter. Hi, I'm really a big fan. Hello, just let me draw. Thank you. Thank you so much. I hope that you're enjoying the stream. Yeah, it was 8.5 Richter. It's the strongest earthquake I ever felt in my life. I swear to God, I'm used to earthquakes and stuff, and I don't get that scared. I mostly get concerned for my 8.5 or 8.8. 8.4. 8.4 is 8.4. I'm used to earthquakes in my country. We have constant earthquakes and stuff, so they don't scare me a lot. I'm mostly concerned for like the people that I care for and my study with K-pop. 5 hours of BTS. That sounds good. And now for my bird. At the time I didn't have my bird, Haku, but like yeah, it's usually those around you that you worry the most if you are used to earthquakes. But that time it was so scary, like so scary. At the time I didn't have Haku, so I have my dog to worry about. I still have my dog to worry about, but like he's in the backyard, so he's mostly without danger. But my bird is really small, so I have to care for him. But no, I didn't have him at that time, so yeah. 8.4. I remember I was preparing to go to China back then, so I was doing my luggage and stuff. And it's funny because it was like 1 week or 2 weeks before I had to go to China. So it was right before I had to leave. It was my goodbye earthquake. And I remember that at that time my phone didn't have much battery left, because like generally you don't worry about that much. You don't worry about earthquakes that much, or you don't think that you're going to need battery. And at that time I had a iPhone 5C, so the battery was really bad too. And when the earthquake came, I had almost run out of battery. I had like 30%. Well, it did last more than my 30% like last right now, but like it was still low. It was really bad. And whenever there's a strong earthquake, all the telephone lines saturate, and internet wasn't working either. I don't remember why. Maybe it was because I didn't have any more data, but I remember I couldn't reach out to anyone. And at that time, I don't know what was the issue with my phone, but I couldn't call. So it was really bad, really bad. And the feeling that I had, hello, okay, Kay. Okay, Kay. The feeling that I had at that time, first of all, it was really hard to walk. It was really, like, especially extremely hard to walk. Like, I would walk, and literally when I went out of my room, I fell to the floor. because I live in the my room is in the second floor, and you feel earthquakes stronger in the second floor. So I felt, and it was really hard to walk, but I had to crawl to the stairs and then quickly go down. And when I exit the door, I took my keys and I couldn't open the gate. It was moving so much that I couldn't open the gate, the entrance gate. It was so weird. And I still remember the thought that came through my mind at that moment, and it was the floor is going to open. That kind of feeling that, like, I'm a rational person normally. I don't freak out like that to believe that it's going to happen. Like, you can have that thought and not believe it, but at that moment I really thought, I seriously thought that the floor was going to open, that the ground was going to crack open and everything was over. That was the feeling of an 8.4 earthquake. It was really bad. And that time, I still remember I spent like an hour outside of my house after everything had happened, because there was no energy, and I couldn't communicate with anyone. So I was waiting outside of my house for people to come, but I wasn't like outside of my house. I was like in the corner of the street, which you can see everything down, because it's like in the hill. And I was sitting there in the grass waiting for everyone to come back. And then my neighbors passed by and they offered for me to go to their house and call my mom. And then I think I was able to charge my phone there to wait for any calls, but I tried to call my mom anyways. But she didn't answer, because she couldn't answer. The lines were saturated, because everybody starts to try to call to their dear ones, not only the people in the city, but the people outside the city that are trying to call their loved ones in the city or people they know in the city. So yeah, lines immediately get saturated. Communications, like I said, they were down, and there was like several hours until I could actually talk with my family. And then they came back around like 2.5 hours later. I was in my neighbor's house, not my direct neighbors. There was like two or like in the fifth house. I live in the second house. They live in the fifth house. And after that, we didn't have electricity for the next day. I think it was back after that. But water, we were without water for at least 3 days. It was awful. Not showering in 3 days, it was awful. It felt really bad. I think it was at least 3 days, but I have the feeling that it was a bit more. And then the city started to put out trucks with water, so we had to make lines to go for water. So yeah, always have water prepared. Is really important. Life without electricity is really boring, because when it gets dark, you have to use candles and stuff, except of course if you have like like lanterns. We don't have many lanterns. I have a little cat lantern, but besides that, we don't have a lot of things in my house. Actually, I'm basically the one that spends more time in the house since I work at home. Everyone else just are here at night and in the morning before they go to work, basically. So yeah, living with electricity is really boring. And for someone that is so electricity dependent like me, it's harsh. I can live without water for a little bit more than I can live without electricity. It's those moments that you need to like have, that you think it would be useful to have a power engine, like a, what do you call them? Those little like things that generate power. I haven't ever been in an earthquake. I've heard that they can be crazy though. Well, it depends, because if you're not used to earthquakes, people tend to freak out even for the smallest earthquakes. Like I've heard people in the US that, or foreigners that come to my country, that feel like a four grade Richter earthquake and freak out. But for us, we in here don't move if it's until 6, and if it's 6, then we think about moving. Like maybe if I'm in the second floor, I may go to the first floor, but still remain calm. And above 6.5, it depends in how far down the depth of the earthquake. So if it's really deep and it's 6.5, you won't feel it as much. Or if it's not that deep, but the type of movement of plaques that are happening is of a certain type, then like the type of that produces frequency that is lower, then those aren't that scary at all. But the ones that are like more superficial, or that the type of plaque movement produces a high frequency movement of waves of the ground, those feel really scary, even though they are like 6.2 or 6.5. So it depends on the type of plaque movement, depends on how deep it is and the type of movement that occurred that produced the earthquake. That can define if it's more or less scary. But like above 6.8, I would say 6.8 and above are really scary. Like it can be scary and not give you the feeling, like the sense that that you're going to die. Ara, what are you doing? Step Vtuber? Step Vtuber? Is that like step sisters, stepdad, step Vtuber? And I am drawing. I stopped for a moment because I was talking about earthquakes. Head. If you want to get heads for drawing, this one is pretty nice. It's not that expensive. I don't like the ears. It's not like 100% of my liking, especially the ears. But it's really cheap. Like you can get it for with clip coins, on Clip Studio. What are the coins called again? Is this in the wrong folder? Say goodbye to mommy and I love this song. Yes, dear. Is there any character in your webtoon will... Oh no, help me, step bro, I'm stuck. Not really? Cause like Gina and June right now are not right now, they always been they are brothers, like sister and brother, but like their relationship is not like the Oni-chan One-san type of relationship. They're more like standard siblings, not siblings that hate each other, but like standard siblings. And in my not safe for work comic, he's not a good man. You could say that Erin and Ian are kinda like brothers, but like siblings since they grew up together, but like they are at the same time not. And their relationship is not like affectionate. So I wouldn't say that they act like that to each other either. That's even better. That they're like standard siblings. I'm thinking. I'm ready to let go. What was that sound? I think it was Haku. He probably flew somewhere. Gotta go. Have a good day. Yeah, and you too. Have a good night, or evening, or I think it is evening for you. Oh, it's already 8:30. I think I'm gonna finish that layer and then shade them, and then we work in the other pages that are left of stream. I'm ready to let go. I'm ready to let go. I'm ready to let go. Very good song. That area is really big. I overdid it with the size. Yeah, lately I've been so obsessed with this voice actor that I randomly found. It's I don't even know how did I find that page. How did I find that site? It was probably from Twitter, because I remember because lately, and I probably talked about it already last stream or 2 streams ago, or I must have mentioned it, that lately I've been listening to like the types of slimes, the types of ASMR that I often hear. They change by like periods of time. So sometimes I'm into slime ASMR, sometimes I into shaving cream ASMR, sometimes I into like only girls ASMR, but like the types of without a voice, the no talking ASMR. And lately I've been into whisper ASMR, but not the type of like, cause role playing, but like with a camera, always makes me uncomfortable. Like it makes me cringe. So I often don't like them. But I found a new genre of ASMR. The one that I'm listening to is like especially for women. That is like, and my favorite, of course, is like guys talking. Japanese, only Japanese. And I found this guy. What was the name? Hirome? Is it Hirome? I want to search in YouTube, but I don't know if my phone is going to die. This is in 1%. Please don't die on me. Please don't die on me. Phone, please don't die on me. I just want to search the name. Hiro? Hirome? Hirame? Yeah. Hirumi? How did you write that? How did you read that? That's hiragana. Is that do? Do. Me. Gi. Is it gi? Gishi じゃない。No, it is not. How do you read that? Wait, I must have commented it in the video, right? No, forget it. Anyways, I've been really obsessed with his voice. Like, my hearing is really sensitive. Not in the sense that I can, well, yeah, I guess I sometimes can hear things that people can't, but like my hearing has gotten worse over the years because of how bad I've treated it. Like when I use earphones, I use them really loud because I don't like to listen to people in the streets. And when I was like, no, when it was it like 2015, I had a band. So, and before that I had other bands as well. I was in other bands as well. So when you're in band practice, you have a lot of loud music and noises, and my hearing got really bad with all of that. So my hearing is not as good as it used to be, but I'm still pretty sensitive to sounds. Like loud sounds affect me really badly. I still remember when I was little, and my mom and dad would talk about like things outside the room, and I would be able to hear them, and then my mom would be like, how did you hear that? I was like, I don't know, I was just in the room, I heard. They were like, how? And nowadays it's like sometimes I can hear stuff, but I cannot understand it. So if I don't hear it properly, I don't understand it, but I can still hear it. But it wasn't as good as it used to be. So the thing is, like, my hearing is really sensitive. That's why I also like ASMR, and I don't like a lot of places. And the thing is, like, this guy had like a special type of voice, and I really liked it. And I was like, I added him on Twitter, and I was suggested certain like accounts. And I was like, oh, let's see if I find other voices like his. Which is not easy to find, because a lot of guys put ASMR in the title, but they speak normally, and I'm like looking for ASMR where they speak softly. If not, I cannot sleep. So I was looking for other channels, and Twitter suggested me some accounts, and there was this account. What did she say in here? Why is her expression so serious? And her expression is too serious. She's telling something she's excited about. I don't know why she's so serious. And there was this account that because the YouTuber that I found, the voice actor that had a YouTube channel, I don't know if you can call that a YouTuber. I guess you can. I just don't know if they would call themselves YouTubers, but let's call them YouTubers. The YouTuber that I found had some special audios in Booth, which is a website where you can sell those kind of things and other types of things, like merchandise and stuff. And this other account that I found was in another site that it was called DL site. My memory is really bad. DL site, yeah, DL site. So I started like scrolling to see if I found something interesting, and I found a lot of CD dramas, interesting CD dramas. Interesting, if you know what I mean. I found this guy. Now I put two CD dramas in my cart. They weren't that expensive. I found two that I liked, but I didn't know that they were from the same seiyuu, from the same voice actor. I just added them because the samples sounded really nice, and I didn't find them like close to each other. Like I checked several, and I picked them without realizing they were the same person. And I really like the illustrations too. And then I purchased them. And when I finished listening the second one, because I heard it, I listened to the first one, and then I listened to the second one. When I finished listening to the second one, I went to see like more CD dramas from the same VA voice actor, and it turns out that they were the same person. It was so it was hilarious when I realized that. It's like, do I have something for his voice? And I was thinking, I wish he had a YouTube channel for say-so stuff, you know. for things that you can, well, you can find a lot of things in YouTube that are not say so. But I meant the say so stuff. The family friendly stuff, the things that you are not ashamed to listen without earphones. So I was thinking, oh, I wish this guy had a YouTube channel, and he did. So that's I've been obsessed with that channel ever since. I never imagined I would find like my favorite voice ever, but I found my favorite voice ever. What's the channel called? What's the channel called? I'm not good with names, okay? I'm trying to remember. Come on, I wrote it several times yesterday. Yeah. Hirame. So if you search for hirame, ichijo hirame in Japanese. Well, if you type hirame, you may be able to find it. Romanize. No, you have to type it in Japanese. Because if you type it with Romanized characters, I see fish stuff, sushi stuff. well, Hirame-san in his YouTube, he has a fish too. I haven't listened to all his archives yet as to know why he uses a fish. I find it cute. So if you're looking for a good male ASMR that has like a lot of talking, that's a good one. And I've been rambling so much that I've been drawing so slowly. Normally I would already finish this panel by now. And still in the face. Because I'm not thinking about what I'm drawing, so it's taking me longer. I also accidentally drew on the same layer, which is what I told you guys in the beginning that I hated when that happened. And I draw in the same layer of the eyes. I don't like the eyebrows. Hello, Nike. You are usually in Twitch, aren't you? But Twitch stream is not working for some reason. Of course I remember. I see you often in streams lately. Of course I'm gonna remember. why, but Twitch stream is just not working, and I would have to like reset the whole stream both in YouTube and Twitch and close it and make a new one. And I realized way too late, so we have to stick to YouTube. I would never use Twitch because I can't say stream. You cannot say stream there? Or you cannot say simp? Is that still a thing? It's so stupid. I really don't like Twitch all that much. If this was not because like the cool features that they have for creators, I wouldn't use it at all. But yeah, in Twitch they are even like harsher with things like censorship compared to YouTube. YouTube is still bad. YouTube is still really bad with it. But like compared to, for example, Facebook, Twitch, and Twitter, YouTube is the better one, even when they are still bad. Which is kind of sad. But I wonder why you cannot say shrimp. Isn't that so silly? A lot of people just say it out of a joke. These woke people sometimes take things way too serious. YouTube is somehow very relaxed with comments. They are. They really are. Also, Twitch is strict on the wrong issues. Yeah. It's really dumb. I wish Webtoon creators are like Twitch creators. What do you mean in that you can sub, or in the meaning that they are more talkative with fans? Yeah, surprisingly, YouTube is really lax with the comments, but the bad thing about that is that they judge creators for the comments in the comment sections, which is really dumb. Like, sometimes it's not the fault of a creator if people talk trash in the comments. Super popular, people tune into art streams, get more brand sponsorships. I've been thinking about that, and the thing about Webtoon is that you cannot get brand sponsorships because compared to Twitch and YouTube, you can put links on Twitch and YouTube. There's more exposure. I mean, you could say that you get exposure on Webtoons, but a lot of brands appreciate like sponsorships with YouTube a lot more, because there's places where you can put like the links so people can click, and I don't know how like lucrative a business would believe a Webtoon can be for them as to like sponsor them, because they cannot put links to click on. Hello, Hazelnut. It's been a while, hasn't it? So yeah, I believe a lot of Webtoon artists wouldn't struggle so much with reaching a certain amount of views if we were allowed to do sponsorships, and I don't know if we're allowed, but we cannot put links. So I've been thinking in emailing the Canvas team to like tell them, is it possible to have a link feature? Even if it's just to link your social media. Because that would be really useful for creators. And if creators could get sponsorships, it would really grow the platform a lot more, because it would be more sustainable instead of depending only on our platform. A lot of YouTubers don't mainly depend on YouTube for their income because copyright issues and like demonetization, and ever since the apocalypse it has been not that good. So a lot of creators also actually depend in sponsorships to make a living, and I think that would be great for platform for Webtoon. So not safe for work on Fanbox. What is Fanbox? Imagine a Webtoon studio like JYP that support talent writers and artists. There are several Webtoon studios, like comic Webtoon or artist studios in countries like Korea that are kind of like that. But they don't grow artists. But you still could like apply for assistant positions and stuff, and that can help you grow a lot. And in Japan it's also like that, but in a different way. I remember the early days of Webtoon. People were really serious about creators using assistants to make their comics, or creators not disclosing that they have assistants, which in a lot of people in the industry don't do. Like a lot of people don't give credit to their assistants in their comics or in the mangas. They don't mention them, and other people choose to do that, but it's not really necessary. It's just if you feel like doing it. I don't have an issue with it, but also I don't have an issue if like people decide not to. But in the early days of Webtoon, people were really serious about it, like about not disclosing that you have assistants, or just the fact that you have assistants was really bad for some reason. Like you had to be self-made and like do everything yourself basically. And there was this huge drama. It was this huge drama with Michelle Fan. I don't know if you guys know Michelle Fan. She's like one of the OG YouTube beauty creators in the platform, and she had millions and millions of subscribers. She still has them, but like she doesn't post as often anymore, and she quitted YouTube, or took a long break from YouTube for a long time. And right at the beginning, well, not right at the beginning, but like in the early days, they contracted her for a story, for a comic that she published. And there was this huge drama because people found out that a lot of the drawings were made by her. She had like drawing assistants and like basically everything assistants, to the point that you didn't know what she did and what everybody else did. And yeah, people were really mad about that. I feel like we as Western culture need a lot of more awareness about what the work of comic creation like means, like what it needs to be done, and the process and the hard work that needs to be done, and the fact that most artists need assistants to be able to meet schedules, which if you're a manga fan, you probably know about that. But if you often don't read Japanese media or mangas, and have not ever read a manga type of a manga that covers the life of a mangaka, or an anime that covers the life of a mangaka, then you probably wouldn't know what it means and the importance of having assistants. The stream is sponsored by it is not. It is not. So they mass produce webcomics. It's not that they mass produce them, it's just teams of creators that team up and make webcomics. The West has a tendency of ruining this. Yeah. Remember when Crunchyroll sneaks Western politics into anime? Yeah, I don't like businesses getting involved in politics. I just don't like them. I wish they just stood in their lanes. And if they're going to get involved in politics, then it should be in the sense of calling out slave labor or something like that. But not getting into woke culture and trying to appease everyone, because like most of the people don't get the products or for those reasons, or don't like watch anime to get woke and stuff. I like hearing that creators have assistants, because I can only imagine how stressful it is to do everything themselves, and it causes a lot of burnout because you're putting way too stress on yourself. And not only stress, even if you don't stress that much, it's still a lot of work doing everything for yourself. Especially in a fast rate, it is a lot of work. So realistically talking, you need assistance. And there's people that don't like getting help, but if you don't get help in your work, at least you should get help in other areas. Like, there's no way that if you have let's say 50 to 60 panels requirement weekly, that you also would be able to do everything in your house and maintain your life in order without sacrificing all of your free time and social time and everything in your life. So you would basically be like a slave, and that's what makes it stressful. So yeah, even for Japanese standards that they work a lot, they still have assistants, and it's totally normal. It shouldn't be something that is looked bad upon or make creators feel like less of a person. It's okay to have 3 artists work on one title. Yeah, it is okay. For example, if you look into the manga business, a lot of mangakas, they don't draw all of the backgrounds. They have like materials, or they have people that work on them. But let's not count the background. They do the sketches, and then there's people that helps them ink. Not that they will do all the inking, but like that helps them ink. That means the lines. And then there's people that helps them with the tones, which in webtoons would be the coloring, and like putting the dialogues and stuff. All of that requires assistance. And in what am I even drawing anymore? I want her expression to be like more excited, more happy, more excited. And like for webtoons, it would be, for example, a background assistant, a SketchUp assistant mostly, because webtoon artists nowadays, most of us don't use drawn backgrounds, except if we want to draw them ourselves. Most of us use 3D models, so it would be someone that is in charge of that. some people have line art assistants, so the person does the sketch, and then there's one person that would do what I'm doing now, the lines. Of course, I'm not doing the sketch. I'm using a 3D model, but there's people that have others that help them with the lines, even if it's not all the lines, but some. Is still a lot of help. I had a friend that would help me with in the past with base colors, which is this. This is a base color, or flat colors. You don't have shadows or anything, it's just the base color. And then there's other people that not only with the base colors, they also have the same person work on basic shading, and then the artist will come and do the final rendering. Forever young. So yeah, there's a lot of positions that you could have in the field of assistance, which is the main reason why I want to get featured, because I want to get assistance. or schedule the schedule that we have planned. I'm saying or, but it's like mine because I work alone. If the schedule that I have planned works and we see like an improvement of revenue, then we could get an assistant for blank. I was actually thinking about it, but right now I don't feel like it's really sustainable for me to get one. So I want to try the schedule first and see if I can get at least a base color assistant like I used to. Drawing manga, webtoon, and things similar to this is almost like working in a sweatshop. Tedious manual labor. It is. Because, for example, for illustrators, you focus in just one drawing. Well, if you are a webtoon artist, you have to focus. You have to do a lot of panels and produce them fast and regularly. And there's a lot of people that won't find that fun. That even if they like drawing, they wouldn't find fun to do this type of work, or that they would get burned out really fast. Plus, the independent type of self-posting is still really new in our industry. So if you want to get into the industry, it's risky. It's like the early days of YouTube. It was risky to be a YouTuber. It is still risky now because there's a lot of VTubers, so like there's a lot of competition and it's hard to get noticed. Sometimes I imagine a pyramid scheme, everyone outsourcing to lower tier workers, but it wouldn't. Outsourcing is not necessarily a pyramid scheme though, because you're paying those people. Okay, say a writer was managing a team like that. How will he improve his relationship with his team? My hair or the hair that I'm drawing? How would a writer improve the relationship with the team? I wouldn't know how to answer that because I don't know from a writer's perspective, but Because from what I know, artists are generally the ones that manage the systems. So I wouldn't know in the writer's perspective. Because it's the artist that draws that knows what they need help with. Keep on walking on. For you. Put the pain on. Bring the pain on. Bring the pain on, yeah. Are we talking guys with falling? Na 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 na. Na na na. Bring the pain on. Head looks so weird. This is a problem with streaming drawings, is that you get so distracted and then you suddenly forget how to draw. The eyes on me. Ah, damn it. Don't like it. As a writer, you are more wait. Ah, the hair I'm drawing. I hope one day it's pushed that every creator should have an assistant. Not all creators need assistants. It depends in the type of story that you're doing. For example, if you do short comics, for example, Shen types of comics, I wouldn't know if they really need assistance. It really depends in the creator. For example, if a creator feels that they don't need help with their drawings because be it the length or the complexity of what they're drawing is not that hard or it doesn't take that much time, then they can be more hands off of it. But if that consumes all the time or all your time and you feel stressed but you don't want help in your story, you still can get assistants or assistance in other parts of life. For example, someone that cleans your house could be really helpful. Someone that cleans your house and cooks your food will be really helpful in that type of cases. But overall, there's not much working relationship when you are just sending files one every in a few weeks or months. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of interaction between the artist and the writer, but there's not much interaction, I would say, between the writer and the assistants. Because it's the artist who would know what they need. So I wouldn't know if there's really writers out there that manages art studios. Okay, this one is too short and this other one is too long. It's just too long. Eee. Baby, your money. La 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 la. DNA. I just feel the face. The face is so weird. Maybe is the angle of the elements of the face. Let's try. Ah! Baby, I wanna be alive. I work with a similar team. I try to be really patient, just hope it doesn't bite me later if we ever work with a schedule. As someone that manages other people, you can be flexible, but you shouldn't be that patient, because if you're paying them, they are getting money, so they have to do their work properly. But as a writer, you don't have a lot of control over those things. So I wouldn't be able to tell you as a writer. As an artist, you cannot be that patient with the people that work for you. It's like a boss being too patient with people, and then the people don't do their work in time and properly. It shouldn't be like that. It's hard, especially if they're your friends. You just have to be forward and honest. So if you think something, then you have to say it. If you pay them. The main thing is that as long as only one person decides everything related to the plot, everything is easy. I mean, it's easy as a writer, but I mean, I wouldn't say that it is easy as a writer, but it doesn't have the complexities of being of the process of making the art. Of course, being a writer has its complexities as well, and it has like their own problems, but they are different types of problems. Or like discussing with your artist how the flow of certain parts should go, those kind of things, similar to what an editor does. But I find that as a writer, to be helpful, if you want to be more hands-on, you should learn things like typesetting, like text editing, base coloring, which doesn't require like to be that talented. You just need to fill in the lines. Nice dream? What dream? So it is better for the artist to make the scenes from imagination, or does the writer ideas play a part too? The writer can play a part in it. Like, for example, if you can do storyboarding as a writer, that would be really, really useful. Learn storyboarding. You don't need to be able to draw well to do storyboards. So I would suggest you to learn how to do storyboards. If it's not for you to make them, at least to understand how the mind of an artist works. Because as an artist, one of the and having also work in things like design, like freelance design, one of the things that I hated the most is when people tell you to draw something or create something for them, but they don't know what they want. They have no idea what they want. So then you have to guess. And it's not the idea. So yeah, learn storyboarding. If it's not to draw or to make the storyboards yourself, at least to be able to have those conversations and not just leave it all to the others and then criticize it without knowing how to criticize it. So storyboarding is really important. For example, storyboarding with 3D models in CSP, or just with stickmans. Or like, for example, if in a part you say, I don't like how this and that was portrayed, then you can clearly explain why, and why the flow could not be the most adequate or understandable, things like that. So storyboarding is, or at least just understanding it, is really important. I spent so much time on Gina, but at least I'm liking it a little bit more. I've had someone who constantly asked for plot opinions and got pissed off over my suggestions. Well, if you don't want suggestions, don't ask. Yeah, just like Nike says. When I used to write, I tried to be as hands-off as possible, but the story was like my child and I wanted everything to be amazing, so I let them draw what they wanted, but I still checked in a lot. Communication is king. Communication is king. Is key. Is really important. Where's the background for this? Oh, okay. We did have that. I almost forgot that we had the complete model, not just the face. We made the face a little bit longer. Sometimes, I don't know if you guys notice, but sometimes I refer to myself as we for some reason. I do the same in Spanish. I say, like, a lot of times I say we did something or us, and then people would ask me, we? Us? Who? And I would say, I know, just myself. It's just a habit of mine. I identified as a single person female, so It doesn't make sense for me. It's just a bad habit. Not that it's really bad, more like a weird habit. I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one that has that habit. Asking for changes to panels makes me scared. You shouldn't be scared. If there's trust between artist and writer, then you shouldn't be scared. Of course, you shouldn't act like it is easy for the artist, or you shouldn't put the artist down, but you can do it as a teamwork. I'm not Gordon Ramsay. It's like an artist, a webtoon artist, when they get featured or when they get an exclusive offer from platforms, they get editors, and artists shouldn't be scared of an editor pointing things out to them. And a writer is almost like an editor, so they shouldn't get mad for those type of things. If there's a mistake, it will be bigger conflict, especially if you see what needs change early in the... Are you a communist? Why? Why? Communist, why? The same time, you gotta be flexible in what they draw, so it's really hard to find the balance, but once you do it, it makes everything way easier. I feel it's not that complicated as long as there's communication and trust between each other. Even in the when the episode is finished, it's okay to change things. It doesn't feel nice for the artist, I'm telling you, it doesn't feel nice, but sometimes you need to. But it is especially in the early stages that is important. That's why storyboarding is really important too, if you're working in a team. But for example, I've heard from authors that finish an episode and the editor tells them that, I don't know, doesn't make sense, or change that, and they have to redo the episode. Or for example, if someone tells me that something doesn't go well, sometimes I will feel like the flow doesn't match with what I already have, and I would prefer to start the episode all over again, even if it's more work. But that's just what comes with the work. You have to redo things a lot of times. Of course, as a self-publishing artist that doesn't have an editor, those kind of things don't often happen, or doesn't happen like in the sense that you have to remake the whole episode when it's already finished. Except if you check the episode like a year later or months later, and then you realize, oh no, this is so cringe, why did I decide to do this? Then you want to change everything. But yeah, if you want to make good things, quality things, you shouldn't be afraid. And if you're working in a team, you shouldn't be afraid to offer constructive criticism to other people. We have to risk offending others to be able to make a good product, or to have a good conversation, or to have good ideas, or for better ideas to come out. We have to risk offending others, so we cannot live our lives with the fear of offending, for example, the artist, because the artist also should understand that it is a teamwork. So if you as a writer feel like a scene wasn't well, converse or represented, or that the way that it is shown, you don't feel the emotional impact that it should have, then you should just say it, because flow is really important. Because you have an habit of saying we instead of I. No, I'm not a communist. No, 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 no. I guess because, like, sometimes, well, a lot actually, I talk to myself. So a lot of times I think in my mind, the mind process that goes is that I, my body, and I, my mind, can be referred as two separate entities, and then I end up referring to myself as we. I don't know. I really don't know. You should save your videos and upload as Webtoon advice. I definitely have learned a lot. I've been thinking of clipping. Maybe clipping would be a good idea. It's just that I don't really have that much time. But I do want to record like shorter videos. The best of me. It's not that I don't see myself as an individual. It's just a language thing. After a long deliberation, my left and right hemispheres came to an agreement. We decided to do this. Exactly. Yeah, I don't really know the reason why. If there's a reason why. I just know that it is a habit that I've had for quite a while now. And I've been told like, oh, why do you refer yourself as we? I've taken so long to finish one single panel. This is the problem with talking and drawing at the same time. But I still think that I can finish my schedule properly for today. By the way, I told Frank the same. I don't know if you saw the email or the post in Patreon, but there's, for this episode, there's 2 spots available for cameos if you want one. There's a boy and there's a girl. So send me a message in Patreon if you want it. I haven't checked if I've received messages, but just telling you in case you didn't see the post. I posted it right before the stream. I should have posted it like yesterday, but I totally forgot about the cameo reward. Since we haven't had one since April, March. Name 2 creators you wouldn't mind living with if you work on a title together. But I don't know if I would work in one together. I would live with my assistants. I would have an office actually. But if I had like a creator house, I do have creator friends. So there's several that I would love to meet and maybe even live with if there was a chance. But like you have to meet them in person first, so I wouldn't go as far as to say live with them without having met them in person. For real. We are young. I tried to come up with something. Also, I don't know if this is weird, but the He's Not a Good Man files are so large to the point that my phone memory has problem loading the whole image. maybe I should upload cause it is the high quality version, so maybe I should upload a low quality version too. What? I was told that my banner went up. I haven't checked. It must be really recent. I haven't checked. A creator house would be cool. Yeah, it would be so cool. I would love that. Like a streamer house, but a creator house. I would love that. But like, all my friends are from different parts of the world, so it would be really hard. Like, where would you make that house? I remember I wanted to live for a long time. I wanted to live in Canada because the weather, like the snow, sounds so cool even if it's cold as heck. And I don't know, life seemed so cool in Canada, but now with all the COVID stuff and how similar they are to communists, I don't want to live in Canada anymore. Like the restrictions for COVID in Canada are awful, and you don't have a say on it. I saw in the news that there was protest that started happening in Canada, which is really amazing because Canadians often are really peaceful, so they don't often protest or go violent. And there was this protest against the lockdowns happening, so I was really surprised. But the police, how authoritarian the police are being is, I don't like it. I don't like when authority have so much power as to, for example, put up how do you call it? Pastor? You call them pastors? But to put them in jail? In a high security jail? Just for holding just for opening your church? It doesn't make sense. In a high security. It's not like you were a terrorist. Like, what is that dude going to do? Invoke God in prison? PDFs probably goes blank to load five times per page. Oh my god. I'm gonna upload a low resolution version of all episodes then. Having daily meetings in the living room to discuss episodes, then everyone works in their rooms. No, you can have like an office. I've always found like these office settings that mangakas have, where you have like a big table where your assistants are 3 or 4 assistants sit, and then the mangaka or the main creator artist in the center, or in a different table with the big ass tablet and stuff. So cool. Honestly, I'm considering one in Indonesia. We can always take hiatus to Bali Islands. Indonesian food is the best. I ran from a socialist country just to arrive in another one. True. My friends got fined for attending that protest. Really? Did you go? Weird that somehow you know about this even though the fake news refused to cover it. Well, you should know by now that I don't watch traditional media. I don't trust in traditional media, and I don't know why people choose to keep trusting in traditional media after all the COVID lights that went through last year and in 2019. And traditional media nowadays, if you read it, it's like you cannot avoid feeling depressed. Like they are always so enraged and stuff. So yeah, I also watch a lot of, not a lot, but some Canadian content creators that cover like political stuff. And I'm also a huge fan of Jordan Peterson and Michaela Peterson. So that's why I know some things about Canada. And as I consider myself a free thinker and a defendant of free speech, I don't feel comfortable for what is happening to Canada. Plus, most of Canadian media is controlled by the government, and government controlling media is, well, I'm with my experience with media and studying journalism, something that is worse than big businesses controlling the media is government controlling the media, because that's exactly China. I need you, girl. Yeah, exactly. That's the song. I need you, girl. I need you, girl. How amazing that you could tell the song even when it's the BGM. Canadian politics channels will be shut down soon. Bill C-10 would force state regulation onto YouTube channels. Yeah, I really hope they don't pass Bill C-10. It sounds really bad. I know that a lot of people wouldn't be opposed of that because it doesn't sound that bad on the surface. But like, you can say the objective of the bill is one, and then apply the law completely different, because what they put in the bill is that the government should have a saying in the content that appears, and if they don't agree with certain content, they can shut it down in a day. In Twitter, in Facebook and YouTube, in one day, they have one day notice. So those platforms wouldn't have the chance to question if they shutting it down because it is really offensive and dangerous content, or if the standard of dangerous that they are using is too low. So it's even worse than slippery sloped. So the problem with a lot of these types of rules is that when they put them out, they use like pretty words to refer to them, and they say the objective is this. So in face value, it doesn't sound as bad. Like the face value of this law is to promote Canadian creators for Canadian media for Canadians, which sounds pretty good. But when you see all the regulations that they want to do in content, like if I don't agree with you, I can shut down your video, take it down for in less than a day without even be able to refuse or question why, then this is a BTS song, right? It is a BTS playlist. For one big suck is going the vaccine hesitancy score thing. I swear that thing is so scary. Like, I use Instagram for chatting with like several artist friends, and even I am like I'm a pretty outspoken person. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I'm pretty outspoken about the things that I believe and the things that are my opinion and things that I think that are true. And even I am scared sometimes of talking about my opinion about the vaccines. That is not that I'm against vaccines in general, is that I personally don't want to get the vaccine until we have long-term testing, which should be reasonable if you read the evidence. But even if Zuckerberg himself had questions about the vaccines in the early stages, I don't know why he believes that it's okay to score users, without telling them, based on how hesitant they are in getting the vaccine. I know it can't remember the name, but I saw the Tiny Tan video. The song that you said, I Need You Girl, the name is I Need You. But instead of I need you with you completely, is I need you. I need you. That was the name of that song. From the one right now is 0 o'clock, which is pretty good. It's a good song. It cheers you up. It's like once it's past 12, let's like have a new day, and there's always going to be a new day when it's 0 o'clock, so things will get better. There is no reason why the state would not be interested in implementing something essentially identical. Yeah, the neighbors. Anyways, the current one? Do you know Tiny Tan? Yeah, I know. The current one is 0 o'clock. Is the TV? Is the TV versions of BTS, isn't it? But the left, and not only left, but typically authoritarians or big government type of people and politicians always seek to control the ways that people express themselves. In my country, I think 3 years ago or 4 years ago, they tried to pass a law that would prohibit making memes about politicians. Memes about politicians. And of course it didn't go through because it was so stupid. Like, how fragile must your ego be that you're offended but by a meme about yourself? A meme! Dude, a meme! And like, for example, if let's say some people don't like memes and say, yeah, let's do that. People shouldn't be allowed to meme politicians, just like people in China are not allowed to say that Xi Jinping looks like Winnie the Pooh. Let's say that there's people that are okay with that, but then you have to question what is considered a meme. And what happens if the government decides to change the meaning of meme and make it broader? Like, make it expand the meaning of meme to other things and control your private life. I'm pretty libertarian in that case, but like a true libertarian in the sense that I don't want the government to influence my life. I want to be able to determine how my own life goes with my own efforts without the government telling me how I should act and what I should think. So as long as they don't get into my life, I'm okay with that. And that means I don't like taxes. I don't like high taxes at all. What is this playlist? It's called 5 Hours BTS Piano Playlist. Study and relax with BTS. The piano playlists generally are safe for copyright, so I like to listen to them when I feel like listening to BTS or TXT. I think structurally we are fine. We are done, I mean. They inspire you? Why? Any sort of censorship will lead to more censorship. The thing about government power is that once a government has power, they don't give it up. So it's like the prices. Generally, when some price goes up, it generally doesn't go down. So for example, except if you lower the taxes, for example, bus tickets or transportation, once the fees go up, they generally don't go down. It's the same with power in government. Once they have power, they don't give it up. So if you give government the chance of having power, they won't give it up, and they will want more. And if you give them the chance to control one aspect of your life, they will keep going and keep going. So people shouldn't have blind faith that the government is going to fix their lives, because they are not. And if, let's say, one government is a good government, what happens when the next government comes? Because if the government stays for too long, then it's authoritarian. But what happens if the next government is not good and seeks more power and they don't care about the means? So yeah, we shouldn't trust in I feel like we shouldn't even be discussing that, in the sense of it should be something logical. In my mind, it should be something logical, that we shouldn't trust random people that seek power in all the aspects of our lives, or in saving our lives. Of course, there's certain things that the government can help. For example, security, which, like, personal security is really expensive. So the government or community organized and paid policing and stuff, for also people that don't have the means to produce revenue, and that I'm meaning literally that can't. For example, if someone just cannot work because they are incapable of, in the sense of, like, they have some sort of body condition that doesn't allow them to work, or mind condition, for example dementia, that doesn't allow them to function properly, then in those cases it is good. But like, people want government to pay for everything and to save their lives, when a lot of it can be solved by personal responsibility and self-determination. There is a line in a book that I've read that said authoritarian governments tend to force the people to do certain tedious tasks to make obedience subconscious, such as waiting in a long line for an arbitrary stamp. Well, I guess that's the reason why in a lot of authoritarian governments you have to wait for hours and hours to get, for example, to the bank, or for food and stuff like that. Am I forgetting something? But yeah, for the longest time I really wanted to live in Canada, but like, I want to live in a truly free world. But the saddest part is like, where nowadays can you find that? In Japan, I guess. People in Japan are still pretty chill, pretty based. They still respect tradition, and they refuse the wokeness. So Japan every day sounds more and more convincing. Even if, like, things in Japan are really expensive. So I wouldn't know if, as a self-employed person, it would be good or viable to live in Japan. Even though Fauci's emails clearly implied that it was well known that cloth masks do not block aerosols. Oh, the Fauci emails, the Fauci emails, that I don't know how the media can spin that narrative and turn it into something positive about Fauci. Like, you have to be truly brainwashed to believe what they say about how he was just a man struggling just like others, when he clearly financed studies in Wuhan. He financed those people, and then he defended them, and he received an email of that same person thanking Fauci, and now everybody is talking again about the possibility, like, the almost certainty that this came from a lab. And it's funny that all that information I found it early on YouTube from people in different fields that were studying about it, and yet you were not allowed to talk about it. And yet Fauci was talking about it on emails. So yeah, if people don't wake up to the control the media is doing with these kind of things that are so obvious, I don't know what will wake up the people, honestly. Like for me, COVID was like a huge deal breaker. Because I used to believe that media in other countries weren't as corrupt like in my country, and then I was awakening the reality that it's not like that at all. One of the earliest emails showed that he was very clearly that he knew COVID-19 was released to the gain of function research. Yeah, he knew. He totally knew, because there was professionals that were talking with him about that, about the great possibility and the almost certainty that was the case, and yet like he suddenly, like, he decided to talk with the person that he was sponsoring, that gave the money to Wuhan, to the bad lady, and then suddenly that theory was a lie, and suddenly no one could talk about it. And the funniest part, which shouldn't be funny, the funniest part is that he mostly wasn't even talking about how to keep people safe. He was talking about narratives. So his concern wasn't the people. Of course, his concern was, what if people find out that I was the one that was giving money to the bad lady that created the virus? And the most scary part is that, why was he talking so frequently with Bill Gates and Mark Zuckerberg? Like, why? And how is this allowed, that people that are not elected can have so much influence and power in things that affect even the whole world? Because things that Mark Zuckerberg decides to do in Facebook affect the whole world, because not everyone, the whole world uses Facebook, not in the sense that everybody in the world uses Facebook, but that everybody has access to Facebook in the world, except from, I don't know, North Korea and China, if you don't use a VPN. So for me, that was like the most shocking part of the leaked emails. The people will never wake up. Most of them will always be asleep. I've learned it the hard way. No, there's people that are waking up. There's, even if it's slowly, there's people that are realizing things. And the problem is that we are generally the silent majority. A lot of us just want to live our lives. So a lot of people don't express their concerns and opinions and doubts, even if they question it, which shouldn't be. And then the loudest people in Twitter or the loudest people in social media end up convincing the rest that we are a minority, even when we are not. And by we, I mean people with common sense. I show you, show you, show you. All the media and half of the population was to publicly lynch Trump. They would rather disregard science and reason just to get at him. The problem with the world about the Trump issue is that most of the world got their news by official media. And I was one of those people that in 2016, I didn't know if Trump was the better option, because I surely knew that Hillary wasn't a good option. I don't like establishment, and I don't like the establishment media, and she was totally establishment, and of course a corrupt politician. So I remember talking with my friend. She was not from the States, but she was from the Caribbeans. So she knew more about that media than me, and I got my news from Facebook. Yeah, I was young and naive, okay? So what I saw in Facebook, it was that he was a racist and all that stuff, and I believed it. I didn't have reason to not believe it. But then with COVID, the things that Trump was saying and doing were making sense. I was like, what? And then is when I started to do my own research about like the Trump quote unquote issue. And the problem is that most people, I assume most people internationally, are like me, that wouldn't question the president of another country that doesn't have anything to do with their lives. So if they say he's racist, why would you question it? Or if they say that he's bad, then why would you question it? But then if that dictator, that bad person is doing things that make more sense than everyone else in the world, and then suddenly everyone else in the world is questioning him, like when they question him about the travel bans, even when they directly affected my family that was traveling in China at that time, I still agreed that what he did was correct. And hello Marcus, and I still felt like why was the WHO not declaring it a pandemic when in December we already knew that it was a pandemic? So this orange man bad was making sense. And then is when my whole opinion of Trump changed, and when I started realizing that he's foreign. Well, I already had a good opinion of him in the issue with China, because he was the only one in the world that had the balls to talk the way he did about China. And I actually started to have hope for the country that most of my family lives in, to be free once more. So yeah, so especially in international politics, in foreign policies, he was really good. And people, I have had conversations online with people about Trump, and a lot of they say that it's like America has their own issues, so we should prioritize ours instead of focusing everyone everywhere else. And yeah, but like, wasn't Trump's policy America first? And why cannot we do both? And peace in the Middle East. And now that he's gone, we see conflicts in the Middle East again. So it's like, people don't correlate this. They think nothing of this has anything to do with Biden. But it's true that the thing is, like, media everywhere and schools everywhere don't give the importance that geopolitics have. For example, I didn't know a lot of things that Obama messed up in terms of geopolitics that led to China having so much power nowadays. And those things are not talked about. Geopolitics are not considered. Because most of us are still thinking in the world as entities, countries that are separated, and that one action from one country doesn't affect others. And like, yeah, that could be true with a small country, but that is not true with China or the United States, that are like the most powerful countries that control the world right now. So the actions that the United States take affect everyone to a fault. Of course, it has its benefits to be like a globalized country, has its benefits, but it also has its consequences. People tend to not look at the consequences because of the benefits that it has. And it doesn't mean that we cannot live in a globalized world while taking into consideration the problems that each country have. A dictator so evil that he can be completely banned by every single platform, truly untouchable. Truly. It's like, a lot of people, when they criticize Trump, it's like, for the bad tweets, for what the media says about him, but what about something that he actually did? There's really not much. Like, yeah, I don't like how he talks either. Sometimes he's really, really, really bad at expressing the things that he wants to say. But he talks in a way that everybody can understand, and he repeats what he wants to say over and over again. And I would prefer someone like that over someone that doesn't even know where he is. I just recently watched a video of Biden saying that he's Joe Biden's husband. He said, "I'm Joe Biden's husband, and this is my sister," and he was talking about his wife, and this is my wife, and he was talking about his sister. It was so funny. I mean, you shouldn't. I know it's wrong to laugh about a guy that should be in a mental facility or in a senior facility, but like, come on, man. Come on, man. Like, who said I'm the husband of myself? Like, it's like I told you, like, hello, I'm Loon's wife. I'm my wife. Anyways. Isn't it funny that always when the streams go long, we start talking about politics and stuff? But yeah, the emails, dude. But I hope that people do realize how messed up is the thing about the emails. But honestly, a lot of people overseas don't care about what Fauci says, that so they wouldn't even take the importance of that. Why can I paint that? Eh? Why is not feeling it? Okay. You started at this time? Yeah, because I was talking about Canada. So we were talking about countries that would be cool to have an art studio in. And I was saying that for a long time I really wanted to go to Canada, but right now, for how authoritarian they are being, it doesn't sound like a good place. But each day Japan sounds like a better place to go, to be honest. But I know that it's really hard to move to Japan, especially if you are like self-employed or a content creator. So I don't know. But it would really good. Well, I've always, since really young, I've always wanted to live in Japan because I always liked anime and stuff. But like right now I'm like considering it seriously. I was thinking maybe in doing learning Japanese streams, because a lot of like Vtubers are doing streams learning English, learning Spanish and stuff. Maybe I should do one learning Japanese so that I motivate myself to learn Japanese and people can learn with me in the same time. But I don't want to start with Duolingo because even though it's fun, I feel like I need a base first, a base knowledge first. And as you guys could see, I don't remember a lot of hiragana, even though I know some, I don't remember a lot of them. I still confuse like da with chi and with sa. I confuse ki with ma. I think Japan has a fundamentally different view of freedoms in a weird weird way. They resemble socialism a lot. De facto one-party rule, speech laws, social criticism. They have those? I had no idea. Hello, Bean! I'm glad you made it. We are almost done though, because it's 10 and I have to have dinner. Hello, Rin! I'm so happy I got up to streaming live. I've been watching your videos the past few days. Oh, thank you. I'm glad that you could make it, even if just by the end of it. Maybe if I can because I don't know at what time they're going to arrive, so gotta be fast. Gotta go fast. I know nothing about Japanese politics, but what I like is like the culture and the vision that the people have in the world. I also like that the respect of tradition that they have, while not being afraid of uh, artistically express themselves the way that they want. So sad because I live in the other side of the world. What is your time zone? I haven't decided my times, like what time would be better to stream. I actually wanted to stream yesterday, but then I ended up sleeping around 10 a.m. So then I slept all afternoon. I remember there was someone on Quora who talked a lot about Japan before he got banned. He was called Mark Basinger or something. I don't know who that is. I just like that the people there are so based. Like, they really refuse the woke culture. I guess there must be people that go with it, but a lot of them just refuse it. And Japanese people have a lot of common sense in my mind. Oh, Hong Kong time. What time is it in Hong Kong? It's probably the total opposite of my time zone. So it's kind of like super hard for me to stream in that time zone because I would stream earlier, but the problem is I use my brother's computer, which is in my brother's room, and he wakes up at 12 p.m. So I cannot stream earlier than 12 p.m. for me, which, yeah, is the total opposite than mine. So I cannot stream at for me it's 10 p.m. I cannot stream before 12. And I cannot stream past 11. Just because I don't want to be streaming and that he arrives. Because his break is playing video games like Valorant stuff, so I would be taking away his time and it's not my computer. Uh-oh. I drew the buttons in the wrong side. No! Hello, Legapiru. Wokeness is counterproductive to a nation, so it makes sense that truly statist people are based. What do you mean statist? Like people that appreciate the state? I don't know. But there's also the sense of tradition. Like, a lot of left ideologies reject tradition, and I feel like tradition is important, especially in such a cool culture like Japan, that their tradition is super cool. Even, of course, when they have bad stuff in their history, still their history is really interesting to learn. And they also make them as cool as they are nowadays. And thanks to that, we have samurai animes. Such a weeb. Status is the opposite of individualist. But like, I wouldn't say that status necessarily reject wokeness because the wokeness like culture kind of rejects the individual. They a lot of times they generalize and they don't consider the individual. It's kind of confusing because it is also something about personal accountability a lot of times. But there's also like identity. Well, if you see it in the perspective of identity politics, then you would say status wouldn't reject that, because governments are benefit by people having their identities being represented by their political color. But I feel that Japanese people aren't like that. Well, I wouldn't be able to say it. I'm not Japanese. I don't live in Japan. I don't know. It just sounds like a good place to live in. Sorry I couldn't make it to your singing stream. It's okay. I'm planning to maybe having one next week. I really want to sing anime songs. The web call originated from extreme individualism being for some people's throats, which is why it's all about identities. But like, political identity is outsourcing your own identity into something else. For example, your race or your political color. So I wouldn't say it is individualist. I will wake up early for you. Or I could make it a little bit later. Maybe at 9? Is 9 good for you? Because if it's not, it would be like something really late, like 1 AM for you. Tell me all the reasons I should love myself. La 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 la. Oh, do you know? You show me how to love myself. Maybe further away. It's just like that. And then we duplicate it and we put one for the background. Yay, we finished. Although I think the current form of it more or less has something to do with the Marxists merging with woke politics. Yep. That's definitely it. Because like Marxists are really good on using things for their own agenda. They're really good in marketing themselves. If you should give them like their positive sides, which is not necessarily positive for people, but like for themselves, they are really good at marketing themselves and speaking beautiful words by not meaning them at all. Can't me idol. Can call me artist. Can call me idol. That's good, but anytime that's comfortable for you. Yeah, those are like good times for me. It's just that sometimes I just don't know what is better for others. I just like pick random times. Like just when I feel like it. Well, there's still always the archives, but I feel like what I like about VTubers a lot is that chatting in the chat is pretty fun. So even if the archives are fun, it's like being in the chat is a different experience. It's the full experience. So I get it. I might be ARMY. That's how I started. That's actually how I started. The story of how I started listening to BTS. I actually didn't know anything about them and didn't know what was like the hype about BTS back in 2016. But like in China, they had a lot of things of BTS and EXO, and I just didn't get it. And then once I was like listening to a playlist in Xiaomi of like recommendations based on my taste, and then suddenly Sweat, Blood and Tears started playing, but the Japanese version. So I didn't know it was BTS because it was in Japanese, and I was obsessed with that song. And then when I got my bird, Blood, Sweat and Tears was actually one of his favorite songs. So I started to play it more often. And then I was in this Discord server where there was an army. There was one or two armies. And that's how I got into it, because she was like, did you guys see the fake love video? The fake love performance in the VVMAs? And it was suggested to me in YouTube, so I watched it, and it was really good. Jungkook lifting his shirt in the middle of the dance. I was like, holy crap, who's this dude? And then after that, YouTube wouldn't stop suggesting me BTS meme videos. And then I started to watch BTS content. And then one day I was like, I cannot deny it anymore. I'm an army! Because I've never been like the type of fan that gets into fandoms and stuff. I like to enjoy things for myself. So it was like a first for me. Yeah, you just turn yourself into army without expecting it, and it's just something you cannot avoid if you like their songs. You're probably spamming the chat again. Well, it's cool. It's cool to chat, so it's fine. The first time I heard of this BTS thing was when my local McDonald's made this weird combo. Isn't that like really recently? Like just recently they came out with the BTS meal. And my country doesn't have it. I'm so mad because I want the BTS meal, and it is not that it has anything special. It's basically just nuggets and fries and a soda. But the nuggets come with two sauces. One is spicy and the other one I have no idea. But I'm so curious about the sauce. I really want to taste it, and they're not going to bring it in my country. I don't know why, but like I have the general idea why, because like the other day I ordered McNuggets because after seeing so many BTS meals images, I was like I want nuggets. So I ordered some McNuggets, and you have to buy the sauce separately. Before they gave it to you for free, but now you had to buy it. Now you have to buy it separately. And then they didn't put the sauce. I still got my refund, but I was so mad because like stupid nuggets without sauce, so boring. Sauce is very important. It's really important. So yeah, I can see why they didn't bring it here. But I'm still so sad. I want the BTS meal. I want to try the sauce. It's a thing in here too. Well, BTS is really popular in Hong Kong and in Japan. I don't know if it's still popular in China since they did ban them for a while, but yeah, they have it in 50 countries, and sadly my country is not one of them, which is Sash. I want to try this sauce. Want to try the sauce. Did you try it? Did you get it? Did you guys get it? You can probably ship a few packs to really? But like, it is food. Wouldn't that be really hard to ship internationally? They should have a special menu. In my country, they don't have it. Cause it's like some special types of sauce. It's not like really special, but like they are not common in McDonald's. Some people told me to stockpile the sauce and sell it off at a high price a year later. But will the sauce be still good for a year later? You can still stockpile them and sell them now, and you would get a lot of money. Like now, like right now. Army are crazy like that. Oh yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, if you sell it right now, you can make money, because there's a lot of armies that are in countries that don't get to try the meal and would love to taste the sauces. Like for example, army, a lot of them, when they see one of the BTS members using a product, like the next day it is sold out everywhere. I don't remember the event, but I remember in one award event, Tay was using a lip product, like a lip balm, and he was like wrapping it around his hands to put it on just so that no one would see the label. And some army are so crazy that they found out what brand was it. and then the next day it was sold out everywhere. And once Jungkook, the youngest one, told people like what his favorite cloth softener was, and then he couldn't get it anymore because it was sold out. So yeah, even if you get it now and you sell it now, you're going to sell it for a good price. You're going to get people that buy it for real. Like I'm not lying to you. It's real. So I hope McDonald's was smart and mass produced them because there's a lot of demand. But did you try it or did you just buy it to sell it? I just want to know what's the taste. And I feel that it would be so cool to go to a McDonald's and say like, I want the BTS meal. And then someone next to you is like, oh, you like BTS? It's like, yeah, I'm an ARMY, you too? Yeah, oh, fellow ARMY. Wouldn't that be cool? Or at least that's how it goes in my mind. But it's funny because people generally, even if they know that I'm an ARMY, they don't approach me because like I'm Asian looking and people in here are not. So it's like, should I talk to her or should I not? And stuff like that. It has happened all my life. It's like that. I tried it and it was nothing special, honestly. But what's the flavor? What does it taste like? Maybe I just ate way too much McDonald's during my second year. Dude, when I was in college in China, there was a McDonald's, a 24/7 McDonald's next to my campus. And let me say that the Tantians in our campus closed like 7:30. They closed down at like 7:30, so you didn't have much options after like 10. And we didn't have street food all night, so McDonald's was like the most convenient. I swear I haven't eaten so much McDonald's in all my life. And it wasn't even that expensive, which is impressive because McDonald's in my country is pretty darn expensive. It's almost like buying in a regular burger shop, even when it is lower quality. Not lower quality, but like, is it really real meat that you're getting? Both are somewhat spicy. One is closer to something in Popeyes. Well, we don't have Popeyes here. The other one is more spicy and sweet. Oh, that one sounds nice. Is that the Kaju one? There's one that is called like Kaju or something like that. But I really want to try it. Maybe I should hide the other layer. Just curious, have you been to Hong Kong before, Loon? It's a sad story, but I haven't. I have! I went to Hong Kong's airport just to go to Guangzhou after. And I've been in front of Macau in a boat, but I've never been in Hong Kong for more than the airport. And it's sad because I should have gone and I didn't for health reasons. And then months later I would regret it because I needed to go. Like, the story goes like this. I studied for a year in China, and I didn't have a student visa. I had a family visit visa, which they didn't explain to me that it was a 2-entry type of visa, and my family has never traveled for so long, so they didn't know either. And 2-entry type of visa is that you have to exit the country in a certain period of time, like past certain period of time. You have to exit and then you can come back, and that's your second entry, which is stupid. I don't know why they would do that, but it's really stupid. And around like half a year, when it was still the proper date, my friends did want to go to Hong Kong, but at that time I was not doing well in health. Like in China, my eczema got really bad, and they say it was probably for the food, because of the food. And I was just recovering from like basically the doctor said that I had my stomach, my intestines, and my gut, and my, how do you say it? How is the other thing that is, how do you say it in English? The thing that is next to your stomach that processes the toxins. Well, that, I forgot the name in English. I know it in Spanish. I don't know it in English. They say all of that was inflamed, so that was why I was like feeling sick every day after eating. So yeah, I was recovering at the time, and my friends decided to go to Hong Kong. But I felt that my like condition wasn't good enough to go to Hong Kong for a whole day. So instead of going to Hong Kong, I decided to go to Zhongshan, which I went because it was close to Guangzhou, and I went to the Wenchun, to the hot springs. So I went with another friend that had passport issues and couldn't go to Hong Kong. And I should have gone because I needed to get my second entry, and because I didn't get my second entry, and I would find out about the second entry when I was leaving the country. So I was just about to leave. I was in the airport, I was just about to leave, and then when they checked my passport, they found out that my visa was expired because I never got the second entry. And then is when I had regrets of not going to Hong Kong. Okay, my battery, my pen battery is dying. Yeah, I'm gonna finish with this panel. But I always wanted to go to Hong Kong for the food, for the scenery, and to be honest, I prefer Hong Kong rather than China. But there's also a lot of places in China I would like to go, like, because the natural scenery in China is pretty cool, and traveling alone or with just your friends is really cool as well. Remember, for example, the Chongshan one that we went was pretty cool. I've only been in the south of China. And what else? We also went to Zhuhai. Yeah, I know some Cantonese, so that's something. My family is from Guangdong, so we speak Cantonese, but my Cantonese is not that good, so don't make me speak. So we went to Zhuhai for 1 week, and that's when we took like a boat and had like a tour around Macau, but from the outside. And it was honestly beautiful. I wouldn't choose to go to Macau really. I would prefer to go to Hong Kong, because I'm not the casino type of person, since my father kinda traumatized me with casinos. But yeah, Hong Kong is honestly beautiful. I like the food. Do the what? Kajun and the other one, is that the name? That is where the gallbladder connects to. Oh, no, it's not that. Wait. Hígado. The liver. How could I forget? It's the liver. My liver was inflamed, and my gut and my stomach were all inflamed at the same time. Yeah, I was meaning the liver. I hope you can visit next time. Yeah, I really hope so too. Maybe when things get a little bit better, if they get a little bit better, because like if countries start asking for vaccine passports, I'm not going to be able to travel too much. It's so cool that you can speak Cantonese, but like it is not that good. Like, I remember I had this friend that I met in WeChat, and when we met for the first time, he didn't know if to talk to me in Mandarin or in Cantonese, because his English wasn't that good as to talk, but he could chat, he just couldn't talk. And he tried to understand my Cantonese, but like he laughed about my accent, so I'm really self-conscious about it. Liver? Isn't it liver? Liver. Isn't it liver? Liver? How do you say it? This is not liver. Isn't it liver? Google, help me out. Liver. 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 Isn't it liver? Well, I'm pronouncing it like liver, like someone that lives. I can understand Cantonese but can't read. Oh, because of traditional writing, and also because like in Hong Kong they kinda write Chinese as if it was Cantonese, but there's like things that are not the same, like the structure, the grammar is not the same, but they write it as if it was Cantonese using Chinese characters, but they use the traditional ones. So I cannot read because they use traditional characters and I can only understand simplified. So are you in, like, did you not grow up in Hong Kong? Yeah, I really can't read HK writing. It is hard. Even if for example my aunt, when I watch her chat, sometimes she would write things. She doesn't know traditional writing either, because like she grew up in China, and she would write things in Cantonese way using simplified Chinese, and sometimes they didn't make sense at all. I would be like, what the heck is she trying to say? And I went there, I had to use English because they couldn't understand Mandarin and I couldn't understand Cantonese. It's funny that a lot of Hong Kongese like people know more English than they know Mandarin. But also the pronunciation of Mandarin for Cantonese speakers, let's say Guangdong or Hong Kong, is really bad. Like, didn't choose the correct place to go study Mandarin, definitely. Because, for example, for shi, they pronounce it like si. So if they say like 44, it would be like 44, and they would say like 44. I would be like, what? 44. And a lot of things like that get messed up, so it is not the best place to learn Mandarin. When I grew up here, but I studied abroad during high school, so I forgot some of my Chinese. Oh, I understand. I find the relationship between Mandarin and Cantonese similar to English and Frisian. What is that? You mean like, no, what is that? A lot of people here can speak basic English, so it's okay. Yeah, compared to mainland China, is really nice in Hong Kong, or even in for example, in the commercial sites of Guangzhou, for example, where Beijing Lu, there's a place that is called Beijing Lu, where they sell a lot of like copy products, like Gucci bags, but that are fake, but they look really real. A lot of people in there know even basic Spanish just because they have to interact constantly with foreigners. But for the rest of China, I guess you could make an exception for commercial places like Shenzhen, Shanghai, and Beijing. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. But like, most of China doesn't know basic English. And like, for example, my uncle was so proud, saying, "Oh, your cousin, he was so good in English in school." And my cousin was like, "They teach us English for Chinese. They don't teach us English for English speakers." So he couldn't communicate with me except for my basic Cantonese, and it was hard. It was really hard. Frisian is a language for the coast of North Sea? Huh? North Sea? Is another Germanic language and very close to Anglo-Saxons. Came from English people ancestors were from Frisia. Frisia? How do you say Frisia? Frisia? But does it still exist? I've never heard about it. But I guess it would be like, how would would you say? It would be like English pronounced with a French accent, or it would be like Japanese speaking English that don't know English at all, because there's some Japanese people that are really good in English that study abroad and everything, but like, for example, French people that speak in English sometimes are really hard to understand. Northern coast of Germany and Netherlands. Oh, I see. Instead of relearning my Cantonese, I'm studying Japanese instead. I want to study Japanese as well. I went to China to study Mandarin because I never learned like writing or Mandarin at all, because my family speaks in Cantonese, and we barely speak Cantonese in my house. Even if, like, for years my mom refused to speak in Chinese with us, so we kind of forgot a lot of stuff. So yeah, and I went to study in China for a year just to come to the realization that I want to learn Japanese. I probably went too deep in the weird geography. You did. I didn't know. I've never heard about Frisia? Maybe Frisia? I swear I've never heard about it. It's not that I liked geography class either, so it's okay. It's funny because I like humanities. I went to because in my country, in a lot of schools, there's 4 years of high school, what people in like the States would call high school. We have 4 years, and in your second year of high school you have to choose, like, if you want to go to the science branch, to the math branch, or to the humanities branch. And I chose humanities because it's what I like more. I like, for example, I like art, liberal arts. I like history. I like literature. And at that time, I decided to study journalism. Big regret. But the thing is, like, even if I like all of that thing, in history class I hated with all my life geography. It was so boring, so boring. Hola, Damian. It was so boring. It's like, I like math. No, I like algebra. I don't like math in general, but I like algebra. But I hate with all my life geometry. I just don't like geometry. And that would be the same for geography in history class. Hello, cat. Ree! You is live. Me? But isn't like re for being mad? Hablas inglés y español, ya me doy cuenta. Sí, hablo más español que inglés. So yeah, I didn't like geography at all. I didn't learn this in high school either, just something I had to research for myself when I tried to write a novel. Oh, what was it about that you had to research about Frisia? Frisia. How do you say it? Like northern types of countries, maybe? Nordic, not northern. Nordic. Yeah, I am not sure at all about the location or existence of a lot of countries. I used to think that a lot of countries that are close to Italy are more like in the Middle East are more close to Africa, but they are actually more close to Europe. EU to EU. So it was a huge shocker when I realized that I was wrong all along. So yeah, I'm really ignorant in terms of geography. It was not my field of interest. And what is funny is that my history teacher used to tell me that I should study what was this career? Geology. He would tell me that I should study geology. I was like, geology has a lot of geography. Are you kidding me? I hate geology. I mean, he was like suggesting me to study geology. It's like, no, dude, no. It had something to do with a country similar to England. England sans Norman French influence. Oh, I see. Was it like based in the past, or even in a fictional past, or was it like more modern? School stories, Puck. Yeah, school stories. So yeah, my teacher would tell me to study geology, you know? It's like, no way. There's more chance of me studying biology than me studying geology. Even though I love humanities. I love humanities, I just generally don't like the people that study them. Which is fun. No, more like contemporary. Political satire. Oh, I see. Well, you need a lot of brain power to do those kind of satires. I'm more of the romance type of writer. And after blank, I want to actually write fantasy. So yeah, I feel like political kind of stories require a lot of studying, a lot of knowledge. Can you say something in Japanese and Italian? Italian, grazie. Ciao. What else? Spaghetti. Japanese. なんででいいのかな？日本語。月が綺麗。Is what did you write? Is be what? What does that mean? I think fantasy authors have this tendency of contradicting themselves. Well, it really depends. But I want to try world building. So that's why I didn't go for it at first, because I feel like I need to learn a lot more about like narratives, narration, world building, which takes a lot of time. I aspire to build a world such as like Lord of the Rings type of level, but like it is hard. Like it is really complex. So I need more experience before I go into that, and also because you need time to build the world. So yeah. Tu japonés suena bien, ¿eh? Sé decir cosas aleatorias, pero no podría hablar en una conversación. Puedo decir cosas simples como Konnichiwa, watashi no namae wa Run desu. Vtuber desu. Nihongo de suki demo shaberenai. Shaberanai? Demo benkyou shitai. Things like that. Really simple stuff. And that's from like my experience with anime. That's about whole. Hugh just subscribed. Thank you, Hugh for subscribing. Did you see Link? Kawaii. Arigato. Oh, in last singing stream, in the last singing stream, I didn't notice it when I was singing because I was looking at the guitar and the lyrics, but there was a Japanese comment that said "umai," and I was like, "Oh my god, a Japanese comment!" I don't like chemical physics, and I am a laboratory chemist. Why did you even choose that career? It's a F1 meme in Italian. What is F1? You use Photoshop to make the comic? No, this is Clip Studio Paint X. 1 point. Well, it's just Clip Studio X for iPad. Lo importante es que sepas presentarte y luego decir gracias. Yep. The important part is that you know how to introduce yourself and say thank you. It's also important to know things like, from my experience in living in China without knowing Mandarin or low levels of Cantonese, is that it is important to know directions if you get lost. It is important to know numbers, and it is important to know how to order stuff, even the most basic. Like, I remember when we went to McDonald's was my first like ordering experience by myself, and we would be like, with my friends, we would be like, 我想这个和这个 so it would be like, I want this and this and this, and you would just like point to the menu. So it's like 我要这个和这个加这个and then you have to understand when they ask you like if you want to make it bigger, and then your fries, do you want them bigger? You would be like 对or 是 no se ve en Twitch in English. No, en Twitch el stream no está funcionando hoy, no sé por qué. Tendría que reiniciar el stream y no sé cómo arreglarlo, así que mañana va a estar mejor. I'm a chemist too. Good to know. You guys talk to each other. I know nothing about chemistry and labs. I used to like chemistry in school though, but like not to study about it. I don't know how you guys do it. Ah, hard light. Yes, Twitch stream is not working at all today. I totally forgot about it. Ahora vine a verlo a YouTube, pero llevaba harto viendo y no me había suscrito aún. Gracias. El stream no está funcionando. ¿Sabes? ¿Sabes hablar en chileno? Sí, sí sé. ¡Hueón! No sé por qué el stream en Twitch no está funcionando hoy día. Justo hoy día. Disculpa que escriba en español. Está bien. There's a lot of people that write in Spanish. It's okay. No, there's not a lot of people that write in Spanish, but it's okay. I wanted to add like a disclaimer somewhere in the stream saying that Spanish and English is okay, but like I haven't gotten into it. I may do it next month because this month it's just too busy for me. Should we add shadow? Oh my my my, oh my my my. La 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 la. Love is something stronger. Boy with love. Ooh. Actually, talking about subs, I still have to make a new emoji because I've only uploaded 2 and I have 3 slots. Lo mejor de todo es que tengo el emote J. Sí, it's J. I want to change the one from Nina because like it is like Nina with the screaming face kind of. Me ahorra tiempo escribir en español. Tengo muchos errores de ortografía en los dos idiomas. It happens. He says that it saves him time to write in Spanish because he has spelling errors, his mistakes. He makes a lot of spelling mistakes in the 2 languages, and like yeah, it happens. It's okay. I mostly always understand when there's spelling errors, even when sometimes my eyes may burn. I was the type of person that in school would always like tell you if your spelling was wrong. as a good humanities student would. Your life 2D design is cool. Thank you. I made it myself. I decided it myself. I actually want to make a different outfit, but I haven't had the time. Hello UDS. It's been a while. Puse en Twitch no se ve, veo una pantalla negra y casi me banea. Maybe because of the black. Quizás por negra. Oh my god. ¿Haces comisiones de Live 2D o de dibujos? Ahora mismo no estoy recibiendo comisiones, pero creo que voy a abrir comisiones en agosto porque necesito un nuevo celular. Sí, fue como, oh no. Ah, por eso en el chat decía que no dijeras malas palabras, obscenidades. Come on, Twitch. Come on. I think I saw on Twitter that you cannot write dog. You cannot write dog on Genshin Impact for some reason. And the person was like, "Do you sell pets?" And he was like, "Yes." Do you have dogs or cats? And he was like, "Yeah, I have dogs and cats. Two dogs and one cat." And she couldn't write dog. And she was like, "What the hell?" And then she wrote two bark bark and one meow. Menos mal que puse no se ve. No digan la N-word, please. Pero el color negro o una pantalla negra no son obscenidades. Son adjetivos y colores. The word black, be it in feminine or masculine, they are just colors. Yeah, because in English you only have black, but you have the N word. And for Spanish, when you refer to a person of dark skin, a person of dark skin, you use the color black. Then you're making me want to learn Spanish now. Let's have Spanish classes. You know, Temma, I watched this VTuber from Holostars that is called Kishido Temma, and he's learning Japanese. So I really want to learn. He's learning English. I really want to learn Japanese because I'm inspired by him. But he, at the end of his English study sessions, he teaches the viewers Japanese. So maybe I could learn Japanese and teach a little bit of Spanish in the end. But I wouldn't know what to teach because I could teach like the basics, but I wouldn't be able to teach a lot of sayings because I'm really bad with sayings, be it in English or in Spanish or even in Chinese. When we learn them, I was really bad with the sayings. I always mess them up. But I remember this phrase, 煲电话粥, which in Cantonese would be 煲電話粥, which it's when you spend too much time in your phone or talking in your phone. I remember that one. It's not like a saying, but en Facebook te banean por escribir la descripción de una tinta de impresora. Epson, Canon, HP. Demo. Demo, na? Is that na? I don't know the fourth character. Something go, wow, ok. Necesito aprender ponja también. ¿Ponja? Porque tengo que ir a visitar mi mona china. What? Estoy baneada de Facebook y siempre es por cosas... ¿Qué? ¿Por qué? Did they ban you on Facebook? I know that Ayer was banned in Facebook. Demo Nihongo wa okay. Oh, Nihongo. But you wrote Nihongo with hiragana. I know how to read Nihongo with kanji. It's like the useful part of knowing some Chinese writing is that you know kanji. So I know Nihongo, but in kanji. Estoy aprendiendo a hablar francés y ya no puedo hacer el chiste de Parlez-vous François? No, je ne parle de français. François. What do I know how to say in French? Très bien. Très bien, je t'aime. Bonjour, merci, très bien, je t'aime. Dude, it's like saying spaghetti for Italian. Omelette too much. I love this multicultural stream. Yeah, multicultural streams are the best. Nihongo! Yeah, that kanji, Nihongo. Because Nihon is written with a R pen. So R is for day, pen is like, for example, pensu is like you can use it as notebook, is not the meaning of the kanji. And then yu, which is go, which is language. And it looks like the Chinese one, but it's a little bit different. But I can recognize it because it looks like the Chinese one. So it's like R in Chinese is R. Is it like that? I know I won't write the pinyin because I'm really bad with the tones. R is this ni, the Nihon ni. Then you have ben, it's just like this. For example, penzi uses that pen, and then yu in Mandarin, in simplified, is like this. It's like that, I think. And the first part is the only part that changes, and that's Ripen Yu. That's why I know how to read it. Let me write it more properly. I'm so ashamed of my writing. Wu and ko, like that. My writing is really bad, but I've also haven't written in a long time. Ripen Yu, so Nihongo. And in Japanese, it would be Nihon, and the other one is su, the character of like similar of like message. No, it's not su. Is how did you say message? Well, I know how to read it. I just don't know how to say it. Yen? I don't know, dude. But yeah, that's how you remember them. Like, for example, this is the character for day, so it's easy to remember. And this is the character for, like, in Chinese is the character for notebook, so it's easy to remember. And then the character for language is not that easy to remember, but for example, this is one of the characters for message, and this one is a 5. No, it's not Wu. Do you write Wu like that? Wu. My phone is about to die. I'm opening my Chinese keyboard. Yeah, Wu. This is 5, and this is Ko, which is for mouth. And that's how you can easily learn the kanjis. Been teaching us how to write Chinese. Well, it's really basic Chinese. I'll probably mess up the tones, but yeah. Let's finish the panel. Was that in the same layer? Probably not. François, French, Franchute. No, I see no English in the chat. There's English in the chat. There's Spanish, and there's Japanese, and there's apparently French, and there's Spanish. Multilingual queen. I know several languages, I just know them really badly. But for real, I haven't practiced my Chinese in about 4 or 5 years. So probably right now I wouldn't be able to hold a conversation. But I'm pretty sure if I get my mind into it, I can at least have a basic conversation if I study again for myself. But that will only happen if I decide to go to China for myself. Or if it's to visit my family, because if I know without knowing any Chinese, they're going to tell me off like, why did you spend 1 year studying Mandarin if you don't remember any of it? And I would be like, because I can. Español, sí, español. I'm just looking at my brother's ramen. I bought my fair share of restock of ramen for myself, and I always order like for my brother. Like, it's not that he doesn't pay me, I just help him buy it at the same time, and he always get these like super spicy bulldog ramyeon that I don't know why he likes them so much. It's like, it's literally suffering. They're not even that good. They are pure suffering. Learning languages is a great conversation. It is actually a great conversation. It's really fun. I feel it's really fun. Languages is something that, like, even if it's not necessary for some people, it is an interesting thing to say. Like, I can I can say this in said language. Você fala português? No. I don't know Portuguese. I remember when I went to Brazil for our school trip, I was so surprised with my classmates that could understand Portuguese, even if they couldn't talk it, because I was trying to follow the conversation, and I was lost like half of the time. I can probably understand as much Portuguese as I understand Japanese, which is not that much. Yo debería estar haciendo un trabajo de la universidad, pero prefiero aprender idiomas aquí. Pero ¿por qué no ambos? Why not both? You can do both. But honestly, I would prefer to be doing the same. So yeah, I probably can understand as much Portuguese as I can understand Japanese, or maybe even less. Like, I can be in a Japanese stream with understanding the general context of it, but I remember when I tried to understand Portuguese in a conversation, sometimes it was really hard. Suerte con el trabajo. True. Suerte con el trabajo. I learned some Spanish from Netflix series, but like, is it like Spanish dramas, or is it just like the typical Mexican in a newest film? I'm learning Spanish way too slow. But you're learning it from school, right? Because I learned English from... I had English classes in school. I had English classes in school, but I never learned that much English in school. I like self-learn a lot of it. And like in classes, you don't really have that much real life experience. So the first time that I had to have an English conversation with a real person, I was so nervous that I couldn't find my words. And the same happens to me in Chinese, by the way, when I try to communicate in Chinese. At the beginning, it was the same. Well, I would probably be having the same issues right now if I try to communicate with someone in Chinese, but like, um, I mean, back then when I had more practice. So that's the problem with school, that you don't really get too much of a real life experience, and that's really important when you're trying to learn languages, to talk with people that actually understand the language and actually speak the language. Because, for example, when I was in school, I was really good in English, probably, if not the best, one of the best in my class. And I was always a diligent student. Not only that, but like, the teacher loved me. And with time, I also developed an ability of doing good presentations. And the thing is, like, my English teacher, asked me to join this like kind of debate presentation type of activity that we had with other schools, and I had to say it in English. And the only reflex that I had was to memorize it, but I didn't do what I usually do with it, which is just talk and explain it with my own words. And that made me like, I'm not good at memorizing. I'm not good at all at memorizing. So I messed it up. Well, I feel myself that I messed it up. But instead, if we had more speaking practice, it would be easier. Like, you don't have to memorize a formula, you just have to use it. Even if it's badly, you have to use it. Con lo bien que habla, no sé si el inglés o el español es su idioma natal. El cantonés es mi idioma natal, pero el español es mi idioma principal. Hi, Korkyo! I'm alive for your stream! Oh, but we're almost finished. I actually stayed more than I should because it's already 11:30, and they're probably going to, like, my family is going to come back and my brother is going to kick me out. But more than that, but because they're probably going to have dinner first, is that the noise. So yeah, I have to finish the page quickly, but I'm so distracted because the conversation is so fun. Yeah, the conversation is so fun. So yeah, you really need to, for example, watch content from the language that you want to learn, first with subtitles, and then second, with time, try to watch them without subtitles, and try to like imitate how people talk sometimes, things like that, like words and stuff. And with time, you start learning to speak like more naturally, if not fluent. I don't know if I could say that I'm perfectly fluent, or I could say that I'm fluent, but my accent is not that good. Especially when I get nervous. When I get nervous, my accent will suddenly be trash. Self-conscious, when I get self-conscious. And honestly, like, most of my Japanese come from just knowing, just watching anime. Not that it's that good, but at least I can like manage myself in Japanese streams. I will learn a lot one day, but I'm really forgetful and just forget the next day. Yeah, that's also the problem. When you don't have practice, you tend to forget. But I think one of the most important things when learning a language is to learn the basic structures. And then with vocabulary, it's the same in all languages, even your own, to learn words and to repeat them and to try to use them and incorporate them in your basic life. So, for example, when I was learning Chinese, they would we would learn a word, and then we would have to write it. Well, our homework was 3 times. I did it 5 times because my memory was bad. And then we would have to need to use that word and create 2 sentences. So that's how you try to incorporate them and know how to use them instead of just memorizing. Because a lot of people approach language learning by just memorizing, and I feel like that's not a good way of learning. It's the same that, for example, when I study like Spanish classes, like for example, if you speak English, you still have English classes. So we had language classes, which was Spanish, and they would like make us read a text, and if you didn't know a word from the text, you first would need to try to think what was the meaning, and then if you didn't know, you would learn the meaning of it and synonyms, and then if you don't use them in phrases, you're going to forget the meaning of that word, even if you see it in the future, even if it's your own language. So it's the same but applied to other languages. When I speak on English, I sound like Sofia Vergara. Dude, I used to speak like that. I remember when I arrived to China, and in our class we had a lot of Indonesian students, and the English of a lot of Indonesian people is really good. Like compared to, for example, Thai, a lot of Indonesian people would have really, really, really good English. For example, what was the name? Well, it was our class president. His English was really good. Or like one that we call Wendy. His English was really good, but he also studied in Singapore, so you would understand that his English is good because in Singapore they use English mainly. I remember a Chinese teacher would get mad if we got the stroke order wrong. Well, our Chinese teachers were a little bit more kind in that sense. But my mom did get mad, or my family did get mad if I got like the order wrong. so yeah. Like, no, you cannot close the character before writing the line inside first. And it had like an explanation. I don't remember the explanation why, but it was like, why does it matter? That's the only thing that is complicated about, well, it's not the only thing, but one of the things that are complicated about learning, for example, Japanese or Chinese or languages that come from derivates from the Chinese Hanzi, is that the strokes have an order, and there's a reason for that order. So they take it really seriously, but like in your privacy you can still write however you want. You shouldn't though. You should learn the proper way. Should. Bueno, debo ir a dormir. ¿Tan tarde? Mañana trabajo temprano. Ah, estuvo divertido. Gracias por venir. Y sí, es divertido. Fue divertido. Oh man, I feel like the mouth is so wrong. Like the position of it is so wrong. Like, I can tell by the chin that it is totally wrong. Maybe the nose too. No, it's mostly the mouth, but maybe the nose too. So yeah, when you memorize vocabulary and writing and stuff like that, is mostly memory. That can be like the tedious part. Yeah, that's better, I think. Wasted on me. Oh, I haven't heard this song in a while. I don't remember how it didn't went. Pero antes, yay! The funniest part is that he cannot even hear what I'm saying right now, because Twitch stream is not working for some reason. But yeah, learning languages can be really fun. And languages taught can be really fun as well. Because in language also comes a lot of culture, and learning about different cultures is always fun. Buenas noches, los pastores. I've never understood why people say it like that. Oh my god, I'm getting hungry. Let's finish this quick. By the way, I've been working really slow on stream, but like generally not that slow. It's funny because I feel like I can draw faster when I raise my little finger. How do you call the little finger? In Spanish it's meñique. Tiny finger? Little finger? How do you call it? I forgot. Because there's index finger, that's middle finger. There's the thumb. Then there's the little finger. And what's the other finger called? What is it even called in Spanish? Pulgar, índice, dedo del medio, meñique, anular, pinky finger. Yeah, the pinky. But what is it like? What's the one between the middle finger and your pinky? In Spanish is anular. What was it called? What is it called? Don't know the spelling? Yeah, but it's pinky. You said it like pinky. Ring finger, the ring finger. Right, that's right, the ring finger. Because you put your ring in there. That makes sense. So let's have like some Spanish little class. So the thumb is pulgar. Let me write it down. And let's draw a little hem. So this one, the thumb is pulgar. The index finger is índice. Índice? I think. I think. And then the middle finger is the direct translation, which is dedo del medio. Dedo medio. Huh? Oh my god. Is it dedo del medio? Well, we generally call it dedo del medio. Like if you're telling someone, No levantes el dedo del medio. Yeah, it would be something like that. Let's say it is this way. Even if it's not the official name, people call it like that. And then your ring finger is anular. Don't ask me why, I don't know. Like índice, it's because you point things, and to point at something is indicar. To point. And then the pinky, I guess you write it like that. Let's say it is like that. It is meñique. It's like special because it uses ñ. Learning Spanish with Loon. It's a little Spanish crash course, I think. But isn't it fun? Would you guys like? Would you guys like? Would you guys like a Japanese learning stream with Spanish classes at the like the end? Wouldn't it be fun? I just have to decide like the day. I mean, I'm currently deciding like my objectives, because I feel like when you're learning a language, it is important to set up objectives, like what I want to learn, and how long do I want to take to learn that, so that I can spread like the way that I learn, like the methodology, into a certain amount of time, and like set activities and things that can lead me to a better like efficiency. So I'm trying to set some objectives, and like for example, grammar, like 100 words in 1 month, or 50 words in 1 month. Then if it's 50 words in 1 month, then if we do one every week, we can have like maybe 13 or 12 words by each class, or maybe less, and we can say like 5 new words, things like that. So yeah, I believe like setting objectives is really important. Do a stream like that? Let's do that. And we can learn together. It would be really fun. But that would be definitely not this month. Because this month is really busy. Maybe next month, because even when next month is busy, it's not as busy as this month, since we are trying to adapt to the new schedule. Oh, what did I do? My pen ran out of battery. Well, we cannot finish the we cannot finish the drawing because my pen ran out of battery. Battery. There's also like words that are the same in English, in Japanese, and in Spanish, which is like pretty nice for learning. In Spanish, when we were having English classes, we were called them cognados. I guess in English would be cognates, which is words that sound similar, but and have the same meaning. Or sometimes there's false cognates, that is words that sound similar but mean something different. So for example, in Japanese you say, I think you can also say battery, and in English you say battery, and in Spanish you say batería. So there's um, things that are easier to learn in that sense. I can read a whole sentence in Spanish and understand it, but when it comes to actually speaking it, I can't, and that's the whole point. So, yeah, you would need to practice with a Spanish speaker to be able to develop that. Yeah, cognates. Yeah, those makes things easier to understand. So yeah, that's the stream for today. Gonna shout out my patrons before we leave the stream today. I almost used the wrong keyboard because I have to use my brother's keyboard and not mine, which is the one that I have connected to the iPad. So for Clover Tier, Benjamin, Jacqueline, Kevin, Nesitani. For Crew Tier, Jessica, Satranina, Saima. For Loot Tier, Ariana, Ciara, Claude, Tan, S, Helen, Irda, Jacqueline, Jasmine Smith, JJ, Kate, Carly, Kianda, Lindsay, Little, Kaiba, Mac, Marcel, Mackenzie, Mika, Niver, Olivia, Rihanna, Samti, Sarah, Savannah, Stella, Sydney, Teresa, Tisha, Bestein, Big C. For June Tier, Bonafide Chuck, and the Sweet Lim JM, I think. For Nina Tier, Amy, Audrey, Midnight, and for No Clover Tier, Frank and Ayer. By the way, if there's anyone from June Tier, Nina Tier, or No Clover besides like Frank and Ayer that I already told, there's cameo rewards available, 2 characters. So if I haven't received any yet, you can still claim it. So you have to message me in Patreon. So yeah, that's all. Thank you everyone for watching today, for coming. It was a really fun stream. It was really fun. We talked about everything pretty much. If you enjoyed the stream just as much as I did, please subscribe and turn the notification bell so YouTube notifies you every time I go live. And the like button, because it helps a lot with the algorithm, I guess. Or at least that's what I always hear in the videos. If you want to read my webtoons, such as the one that I was working on, Blank, links are in the description for social media as well. And my Patreon as well, if you choose to support me. My link in the Patreon is in the description, and if not, don't feel pressure in anything. But I really appreciate it. So thank you everybody for coming. I'm gonna be probably screaming tomorrow. I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow as well, but we're gonna finish the episode today. So tomorrow we're probably going to be streaming painting Astel's birthday illustration, because his birthday is this, I'm not sure if Saturday or Sunday, I have to check again, but since tomorrow is my break day, I'm gonna be drawing Astels that day. And probably Miyabi, but probably we can, if I don't finish Astel before the stream, if I finish Astel before the stream, I'm gonna be painting Miyabi. But if not, then Astel. So yeah, see you tomorrow if you can come. And thank you so much, everyone, for coming. See ya, Stardust. Thanks for coming. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye.